June the 7th,
This meeting is being recorded.
2022. And I would like to make a motion, or I would like to ask for a motion be made to open the meeting.
Councilmember Hobbs makes that motion stated.
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll second that. There's an echo now with it's just with Irina though.
I'm moving
Mayor,
into a different room. Okay, 1 second.
It sounds fine. Okay. Oh yeah, there's not an echo now.
Oh, that's so cool.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I don't want it, I guess.
Yeah, it sounds good now.
Great. Okay, so have we opened the meeting?
Your meeting is
Call
up.
for a vote. You had a first and a second, and now you need a vote on the motion to open the meeting.
I'd like to move on the motion to open the meeting. Can we take a vote, please? Do I have to go word by word? Or everyone just says aye?
Oh no.
Aye.
Aye.
Word 2, aye.
And the mayor votes
Aye.
5-0. Item 2.
Great, yes. So I'd first like to take a moment to think of the families and the victims of the Uvalde shooting. And also take a moment to recognize all of the people that are currently suffering with any health issues. If we can send our best wishes to all of the families and everyone that's going through anything difficult right now. Let's just take a couple of seconds to do that. Thank you. All right, and now I'd like to say the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone can stand up, say the Pledge of Allegiance. So I pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag of
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation
nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Great, so the next item, if I could actually just go through the agenda real quick and just say what's on here, and then if we need to make any changes. And I apologize, bear with me. This is my first actual public meeting with everyone. So we're on number 3, the mayor's report. Number 4, town administrator approval job description. The FY23 budget discussion and adoption. A discussion around office equipment. I invite any town committee members to make some comments. I'm opening it up to resident comments. Have a quick little discussion on ARPA. Then we'll talk about the Bates Trucking contract. We'll talk about the Port Town transportation vans. I'd like to discuss opening the town hall. Items 13 and 14 fall under opening the town hall. Number 15, upcoming town events. Number 16 and 17 are both under code enforcement. Number 18 under the police department, CAPWIN, MOU, and Red Speed, and then number 19, adjournment. Is there anything that anyone would like to add or any questions anyone has about the agenda? I switched it up a little bit and I hope it's okay, but hopefully with the training that I get at MML, this will be smoother the next time around. But I didn't include any of the reports, like the Treasury report, the council reports. I just felt like we could try to do something a little different. And then if it doesn't work, we can go back to the way that we've been doing it. But we have a lot of items to talk about and I want to make sure that we're not here all night. So does anybody have any comments or feedback on that? Yes, Chief?
I'd like to just have a short closed session at the end regarding a personnel matter.
Yes, sir. Anyone?
The
Anyone else?
last item on the agenda you have is Red Speed and a note that there'll be an MML. I do notice that one of the owners or board members of Red Speed is on this call. I don't know if he's expecting to be giving a presentation or anything tonight. Is that, and if so, maybe we would want to move him up on the agenda so he doesn't have to wait to the end.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Chief, are we expecting a presentation?
Yes, a short presentation by Mario Hernandez of Red Speed. And he was prepared to wait till the end, but I'm sure would be happy to be placed closer to the top. Just a bit of a background on this. The town, we currently have some automated enforcement of red lights. The state of Maryland recently expanded automated speed enforcement to include residential areas on roadways where the speed limits are 35 miles and below. Prior to October, that was limited to school zones. School zones within half mile of a school. We don't have a school. And certainly the town is interested in public safety, pedestrian safety, vehicle safety, and we've invited him to give a presentation. Currently, a number of other municipalities have expanded their enforcement to include automated speed enforcement. That includes Cottage City, our neighbors, and they are working with Red Speed. So I thought Red Speed would be a good company to at least get some information on how the process works. There are you have to pass an ordinance, et cetera, but he can go into all the details if we'd like to do that now.
Yes, please. I would definitely love to bring you up on the agenda. So welcome. And yeah, we look forward to hearing your presentation.
Wow, thank you. It's not often I get bumped to the front. I'm usually asked to get, step aside and let some other folks in. My name is Mario Hernandez. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Red Speed here in Maryland. On the call with me is Kurt Zanalotti and Robert Super, goes by Bob. These men are principals of Red Speed. In order to do this presentation, I'd like to get screen sharing enabled. Is that okay? I don't know who to ask, but
it's on now for you.
Oh, it is? Fantastic. All right, well, let me get this going here. Okay. All right, can you guys, everyone see and hear me and look and see my desktop?
Yes, sir.
All right, well then I'm going to start right here. Okay, so Red Speed is a photo enforcement and automated speed enforcement program that we run in the state of Maryland, and I think 7 other states. We think we have some of the best technology that's available. I'm going to kind of give you a 30,000-foot overview of the product and some of the, the steps that are needed to institute a program and maybe start the ball rolling here. Some things to consider when implementing a program in this state. First, the town is going to need to adopt some language into its town ordinance authorizing the use of speed cameras. I have a number of templates that I can supply to the chief to get him a framework that you can use to adopt the similar language that Cottage City use and other jurisdictions that are surrounding you. And then the second thing that's important is to select Red Speed as your vendor. It's us. And why we do that and why I put that on there is because we pretty much take care of everything from this point on. And so I'm just going to cover briefly the things that we do to institute a program, a speed program. And so the first thing would be an onboarding meeting. It's usually about an hour, And those are the documents that supply financial, other documentations for back office processing, documents that related to, the citation, what it's supposed to look like, a number of different things. But like I said, most of that is easily done through templates that we have, and it takes about an hour. So once that's done, we're going to perform traffic analysis. That's the foundation of how we begin to analyze what the needs of the town are. So we'll be sitting with the chief. He'll go over a number of roadways and things that he's looking to enforce, what kind of technology that he's looking to see there. And the foundation of that is the traffic studies. That gives you the raw data that is going to be used for selecting permits. So subsequent to that, we'll commission drawings. We'll submit this package through State Highway Administration or what other local, municipal, jurisdiction of the roadways to get a right-of-way permit. Once that permit is secured, we'll put the signs up, and then we'll begin construction. And once the construction is complete, we'll train the staff. We'll begin a warning period, which is for 30 days, and then we'll begin live operations. Now, this is, Reader's Digest version. It's pretty quick, but those are the bullet highlights that that cover the institution of a program in Colmar Manor. Now, some of the law, some of the statutes, some of the bullet points for the law is currently the law only allows enforcement from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday. The fine is $40. The citation can only be issued to drivers going to
I think you
I
muted
lost
yourself,
Mr.
Mr.
Fernandez.
Hernandez.
Have I been talking this whole time? Did everybody get up to that, to the speed limit?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. I don't know what happened there.
You're good.
Okay, good. And then there's 3 roles that are part of this program. There's the program administrator, the program reviewer, and the ombudsman. Program administrator is generally the chief. He has the authority to assign people, this kind of thing. Program reviewer is somebody who is authorized to review the evidence packages that we submit to the law enforcement agency for review. So they have the ultimate authority to reject or approve a citation. And then the final one is an ombudsman or a local designee. And that responsibility is a liaison between the town and the public. And so basically that role has very specific authority. So, and it's basically somebody who's wants to either get some more information about their citation or has questions about it. They can come and talk to that person. And then that person has the authority to either reject or approve a citation. So it's a limited role, but it's very important. And then, then we also, number 5 here, the last bullet point here is annual reporting. And Red Speed takes care of all that, but we have 2 entities that we are responsible to, and that would be the State Highway Administration for the permits that we have. We have to submit annual reporting for them. And then the final thing is the governor's speed monitoring system report. That report is available public inspection, and we provide all of that. So it's not something that the municipality has to really sweat over. We take care of all that for you. Some technology, okay? Our program, our technology is 4 components, okay? And what's important about this is that the components are modular. So you can take this, let's say you're doing red light enforcement and you want to, add surveillance or artificial intelligence to that location, you have the ability to do that. It's plug and play. And what's nice about this is that all works simultaneously. So you don't have to shut one down to turn on another system. They all work at the same time. So like I said, we have red light enforcement. We specifically for the town of Colmar Manor, we have speed enforcement, which has 4K, which is the highest resolution that you can put on on this equipment. We have 30-day full-time video recording. So if you need to, work with criminal, crime investigators, they can recover that. It also has, it's all full videos. Everything is video. So that's a really important component, and you'll see that in another slide. But like I said, I don't want to spend too much time. I could talk for hours on this stuff. So I'm just going to keep it simple. We also have LPR services, which is license plate readers, video surveillance, speed enforcement, and red light enforcement. So those are the 4 components that we're able to present to the town whenever you guys want.
Hey, Mario, one item to talk about is the speed enforcement is 8:30 to or 6:30, 8:30, whatever it is, but it runs 24 hours.
Oh, the video does, yes, but our enforcement is limited to those hours. Yeah, it's a good point. Thanks, Kurt. Some of the things now this is some kind of drill down a little bit on some of the features. Like I said, we have real-time video surveillance. We have real-time ALPR, which is automatic license plate reader services. So let's say there's an Amber Alert and you're trying to track somebody down. It'll hit you on your cell phone. It'll text you when you need to, when something comes up. The artificial intelligence is video analysis, and it's a really strong product that allows you to search through hours and hours and hours of video in seconds, and you can track down vehicles, information from a crime scene. Let's say it's a white Ford Bronco with the license plate, and they only got 2 digits, you can still pull that information. It's a really powerful tool. And like I said, I'm trying to give you the Reader's Digest version of this. So perhaps, if you're interested, I can provide a demonstration for that at your convenience. So additionally, the cameras that we use are really, really powerful. They have what they call a low lux. In other words, they have very good visibility at night. And you can see that there's no flash required in this image. Oops, sorry. Oh boy, let me pull it back a sec and you can see down there. There you go. All right, so right here in the evening time, there's no flash in this video, yet you can still read the street signs. You can still see all of the traffic in there. And then in even, let's say in the in the wintertime when you have darkness at 5 o'clock and everybody's getting home, you still have the availability to see clearly, everything that's going on underneath the cameras. Now, what we also do is we enhance this with infrared flash or infrared lighting. So it's even brighter than these images. And what's nice about that is it's not distracting. It doesn't, when somebody comes through and it triggers the system, you're not going to see a bright flash. It doesn't distract drivers. And, this is what this is about. It's about safety. We have traffic reporting. So, like I mentioned earlier, our traffic reporting is, in-house. We take care of all of that. And, it's available to, authorized users to pull all sorts of things, demographics, average speeds, traffic counts, just a whole different selection of different reports that serve, that this equipment can do. There is a small video that I'd like to show. It's about 4 minutes long, and it kind of ties everything that I've already mentioned together. And then, I'll open it up if you have any questions afterwards, and then we'll kind of slide out of the way and get out of everybody's way. Okay, I'm gonna open this up here.
RedSpeed USA is a proven leader in the automated photo enforcement industry. With a unique video-based system designed to maximize red light and speed violation capture and enhance public safety through its 4-in-1 platform. Red light enforcement. The RedSpeed system supports up to 7 lanes of enforcement with multiple lane-specific HD video cameras. In combination with 3D radar or in-ground sensors, RedSpeed's system can capture multiple simultaneous speed and/or red light violations across all 7 lanes of enforcement. RedSpeed utilizes infrared illumination technology for night enforcement, eliminating the need for driver-distracting white flash. Unique to the RedSpeed system is the license plate rewind function. All competitor systems produce 2 still frames for evidence packaging, therefore missing the violation in case the still images are unclear, illegible, or obscured by other vehicles. RedSpeed's system allows for precise, frame-by-frame extraction of license plate images by accessing archived video directly from the camera and rewinding or fast-forwarding until a clear license plate image emerges. This results in a documented 25% increase in violation capture and issuance. Video. The RedSpeed system provides both real-time video streaming and 45-day video archive access via any web-enabled device, PC, smartphone, or tablet. Authorized users can access HD video from any of the overview and lane-specific video camera streams, define the time of interest, and download the video clips directly on their device. No forms, no requests, no delay in waiting for a vendor to respond. Lane-specific video cameras are zoomed in to provide clear identification of vehicle features, color, make, model, and license plate images for all lanes of enforcement. Combination of overview video and lane-specific video allows for crime investigators to not only trace a vehicle through the intersection, but also read its plate. Speed. RedSpeed's speed camera technology uses 3D object tracking radar detection, an above-ground, non-invasive detection method with lane-specific identification and speed triggers that record accurate speeds within plus or minus 1 mile per hour. The radar is powerful enough to simultaneously track up to 350 objects in its field of view. In addition to issuing speed violations, comprehensive speed statistics are compiled by the system and can help clients determine if there is a need for additional enforcement. Accurate speed readings can also be used in evaluating and setting the threshold for right turn red light violations. The system performs a daily startup calibration check and will start enforcement only after all checks are passed successfully. RedSpeed's speed cameras work in all weather conditions and can be configured to work simultaneously with red light enforcement, video surveillance, and automatic license plate recognition. License plate recognition. The license plate recognition module is a real-time license plate identification system with a centralized plate archive across all LPR-enabled cameras that works simultaneously with the red light and/or speed enforcement system. LPR leverages existing camera photo enforcement hardware and scans all vehicle plates that pass by the lane-specific video camera's field of view. LPR supports real-time Amber Alert functionality with text or email notifications to individual or groups of authorized recipients. LPR can import existing state and federal hot lists, generate custom hot lists, and export plate archive databases to third-party applications already in use by the customer.
So that's our program in a nutshell. I'd like to, open or take the opportunity to answer any questions that anybody has, and we'll go from there. Is my mic on?
Not everyone at once. This is Councilmember Harding. First word, Councilmember Harding here. Mr. Hernandez, I want to say thank you to you and your colleagues for coming out and giving us this presentation. I truly appreciate it. Chief, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Chief
here.
Stone?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
here.
so you remember we originally had someone come in and try to do a speed analysis or just come and check out the neighborhood to see if this was possible. And you said that if we adopt the language in your documents, that is a certainty that we would be allowed to go through forward with this process as far as just getting the speed analysis and just reaching further inside of that process.
I did speak with actually Red Speed is the third company that I've spoken with. The first two did not come through with a speed analysis. Red Speed has done one for Cottage City, which includes Bladensburg Road. I don't know if they're prepared to mention that tonight, but they are going to do one for Colmar Manor on Bladensburg Road. That's in the process of being scheduled.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Second question, I think this is everyone's question. What is it going to cost us, or does it cost us anything?
That's a great question. It's neutral to the town. And the way this is structured is that we only get paid for what we do, and those come out of the revenues that are being generated from the violations. So you're not going to have like a $3,000 a month bill if we've only done 100 violations. You see, it's directly proportional to the work that we do. So we only, we incur all the capital costs for getting permits, the drawings, engineering, installation, power, utilities, internet service, all those things. We incur all those costs. And then once the program starts, we share a little bit of the revenue, and that's how we make our return.
I'd say it's not revenue neutral, it's net revenue positive for the town.
That's correct.
Yeah, I didn't like that, Mario. That didn't sound too good. Revenue neutral. It's a revenue. It does generate revenue. The program is entirely violator funded. There's no cash outlay ever. And all the maintenance support and advice that goes along with the reporting, it's all handled. It's totally full service.
Thank you, sir. That sounds great.
As a vendor, we according to the SMS reports, we have the lowest fees across the industry in the state of Maryland. From what the Red Speed takes in as revenue, and what we give back to the municipalities is always the highest in the industry.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I have a question. Have you reviewed our town map and maybe identified the location where you would put this camera potentially?
Yes, ma'am. We've identified Bladensburg Road as the valid candidate that fits within the statute.
So yes, so we're in particular like Bladensburg and what intersection?
Yeah, let me pull that up. I want to say it's just past the cemetery on Bladensburg Road, and going further. Gosh, I'm trying to get my bearings. Further down, once you come down from the cemetery, it's just beyond there.
Further north, Mario, correct?
Is that what it is? Yeah, I can't remember if it was north or
towards College Park direction.
Yeah, so that's where we're looking at establishing at least the first one.
And thank you so much. And could you also maybe tell us or share what other services or what other municipalities you already service? Where do you work in the state of Maryland?
Oh boy, there's Cottage City, which is right next door. There's District Heights. There's Easton. There's the city of Annapolis. There's a number. Yeah, we're all over the state. Hancock, all the way out on the western part of the state, all the way down to Pocomoke City at the very bottom of the state on the eastern shore.
St. Michael's,
Easton. Yeah, there's a bunch.
We're 16 and growing.
Okay,
right now,
wonderful.
16 municipalities, yeah. And of the, I I think there were 41 that reported in 2020, the most recent year published to the state. 41 that published, that reported operations as required by the state, and we're up to 16 of those at this point, growing.
Okay, thank you. And last question, probably, how often do you calibrate your cameras? And or overall, like if it's, let's say something happened, the camera is not working, do you get any sort of notification, and how soon do you send a technician out to fix it?
Well, those are good questions. Okay, I'll answer each of those individually. By law, we have to calibrate them annually. Our focus is generally biannually, and then every morning it has to be checked out, and the system has to be checked out. So at 05:30 every morning, if we get a confirmation that the system is online and functioning correctly. If it's not, then we get an alarm, and that alarm comes directly to myself or one of the engineers, and then we know immediately, hey, something's on, and we start addressing it right away. Generally, within 4 hours, we've got it back online, unless it's a catastrophic thing like power or somebody crashed into it, which has happened. And then it's up to us to determine. But generally, you're not going to go 8 hours without or you're not going to go a day without having the systems back online.
All right, thank you. And can you potentially estimate the positive income that it would bring to our town?
That's going to be based on the traffic analysis. Okay, so basically what analysis does is it determines not only traffic patterns and speed patterns, but it also separates the number of vehicles that are going 12 miles an hour above the speed limit, which would be the trigger point for the cameras to operate. So what we'll do from there is, once the traffic studies are completed, I can extrapolate and give a rough estimate, because you can't control traffic, but we can give you a rough estimate on what to expect.
Thank you. These are all my questions.
Hey, Mario, I have a question for you. That's just came into my head. I'm just curious about this. I'm not an engineer here. I'm just a dumb person that, kind of has a 40,000 foot view. Mario really knows what's going on, so that's why I ask him these things. You have Cottage City next door, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it can be right across the road. It would seem that once the Cottage City cameras are operating, that we'd have a pretty good wouldn't that be a pretty good indicator to provide a range of what to expect? Colmar?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. That's a lot of that is determined on the placement of the cameras, and what we try to do is, there's a lot of information that goes into the DNA of placing a camera. Line of sight, vegetation, sunlight, any kind of roadway hills or things like that. So signage, there's a lot of signs down there, so we need to pay attention to that. But yeah, that would be definitely a good indicator on just the kind of revenues that you might expect.
Right, and we as I said, the state requires reports on the activity and the productivity of these cameras and the revenue that's generated. And we can't give you opinions on things, but we can provide the data on what the neighboring communities around you are doing to give you an idea from that.
That will be great. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Sure.
Mayor, if everybody is through asking their questions on the mayor and council, I'd like to inquire.
I'm not, sir, but go right ahead.
Please proceed, Mr. Bowles.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for your presentation. Is it based on law that we cannot cite after 8 p.m. or is that just industry practice?
That's in the statute. We're restricted to 8 p.m.
We cannot cite after 8 p.m.
That's correct.
Is that also in Prince George's County, Mario, just with the school zone, or is the new Prince George's County statute different than that?
The new statute, I didn't see anything that allowed us to expand on that or further as far as enforcement hours. In
It
fact,
started with the school hours. That's why they did it like that. We can inquire on that, but I think that's correct.
yeah, I think it's,
Saturday evenings can get wild and woolly. It might be interesting if there was a way to extend those citation hours. Thank you. I got a little confused in your statement of where the location is likely to be. So we currently have speed cameras at the entrance to our shopping center on Bladensburg Road. So yours would be in addition to, not in lieu of those cameras?
I believe those are.
Sorry, those are
red light
stoplight cameras. You're correct. I thought of it as I spit out of my mouth. But these would be speed cameras in addition to those cameras. They would not be set in the same location likely.
That's correct.
Someone said the burial ground, and then someone said north. So those are opposite things. What was the cross street that you're thinking?
I didn't give one, but if you give me a second, I'll take a look at some of my notes that I have, and I can give you the location.
Are there any streets internal to the town that would be likely candidates?
On my initial review, I wasn't able to find any. And because there's no school within the town limits, that kind of restricts a little bit of what you are able to do. The law allows for road, PG County in particular, to enforce speeds on residential roads with speeds under 35 miles per hour. But they also in that language say that the road has to be a divided roadway.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's why Bladensburg appears to be that it fits that requirement. Go ahead, Bob.
We have a situation where people use our roads that are parallel to Bladensburg Road, Newark Road and Newton Road specifically, or Newton Street, as pass-throughs. And even with speed humps, they like to fly through. So I didn't know if there was a way to put some kind of situation.
We can certainly investigate that. In fact, we have handheld units that are also considered, they operate under the guidelines of automated speed enforcement. And so that may be able to extend that for you in those areas.
Yeah, we had a discussion about this in the past, but it was suggested that our speed limit might need to be lowered in order for the 12-mile capture to actually make it worthwhile financially for any company to do it. So we had talked lightly about lowering from 25 to 20 miles per hour inside the town. 35 on our streets is pretty fast. Our blocks are short, and our streets are heavily parked upon. So anyway, so of our $40 fine, how much does Colmar Manor get?
Generally, and this is just averages, I would say 25 to 27. Red speed generally incurs $12 to $13, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Depending on flagging.
Yeah.
And there's absolutely no setup fee at all, you guys are saying? There's
no, that's it.
Okay.
We incur all those costs.
I have one more.
And to answer to go back a little bit to your point about speeding in other parts of the town, we can perform those traffic studies for you to try and get an idea of exactly what times people are speeding through. Because as you said, they're heavily parked. There's not a lot of room. If the town desires, we can perform those studies.
Would those come with recommendations on mitigation measures?
Absolutely.
And how much would that cost?
That's part of what we do.
So your study would be equivalent to the traffic study that a professional company that I'm asking because I have an interest in having a company come in, and I've spoken to a couple about doing a traffic study of the town, because currently our main way of dealing with traffic has been speed humps. And I actually pushed for a couple to come in, but it's to the point now where everybody wants them. Our town could become one big giant rumble strip. So we've thought about having a study done where, we'd have advice like maybe a traffic circle would work here, or maybe you want to take a stop sign out here, or add a lit stop sign, or a speed hump or a speed table. So that kind of traffic study where we end up with a full analysis of the town and recommendations on how to manage traffic flow is specifically what I'm talking about, not just speeding patterns.
I understand.
Is that what you're talking about too?
Well, we have relationships with the engineering firms that and traffic engineering firms that actually conduct those kinds of analyses. And I could probably refer you to them directly, and you know, they could walk you through everything.
Okay.
We do
I've been
internal
chatting
speed.
with a couple of them.
We do internal speed studies also as well. If you're just looking for speed, you know, how much traffic is going through between particular, you know, gaps of the speed, let's say in 5 mile an hour increments. But some of what you're looking at might start getting a little broader and deeper into traffic engineering that's beyond our scope.
Yeah, okay, that's great. That confirms it. So I probably need to keep going down the road I'm going down. All right, super. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it very much.
Would you be interested in you know, I can give you contact information for the firm that we've been using.
Absolutely. I've spoken with 2 already, and don't you dare ask me what their names are. They are on my list. Oh, the traffic
right.
group. The traffic group is one, and is it KIA?
Yeah, KIA. Well,
KCI, sorry.
KCI, that's correct.
Those
Yeah,
are the 2 that I've spoken with.
Yeah, you'll be pleased with traffic group. I work with Betty, and she's excellent. Excellent.
Okay, fantastic. That's great to have that affirmation and confirmation. All right, super. Thanks, guys.
There's a question in the chat. Tere Escobar is asking, why are speed bumps placed by the stop signs? Does anybody have a possible answer to that?
I know
Well,
that people.
The reason that I asked for them to be done on 41st Avenue was that we not only had a speeding problem, but we also had a stop sign running problem. So it was a way to strike two birds. Sorry, it was a strike. Is that right? 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, that's it. So that's why, Terry, when we set those up, I suggested we put one at the side. In fact, some areas you'll notice there are speed bumps at all corners of an intersection, or a speed table or speed hump, which then lifts the pedestrian up so that you get a twofer there as well. You slow the traffic and the pedestrians lifted higher so that the oncoming traffic sees them. So that's why, at least on our street 41st, Terry's my neighbor. So that's why I pushed for those placements, was to help enforce the observation of the stop signs.
And actually, sorry, I have a question. So the speed cameras, is it one direction that we would be catching people on, or is it, because one side, is it my understanding one side is Cottage City, the other side would be ours? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
One direction.
Yeah, one direction only, and by law, by statute, we're only allowed to process departing. You know, we can't get an oncoming, we can only view departing.
Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Barr, were you going to say something?
I believe his mute is on.
You're muted,
Yeah, Mr.
John.
Barr, unmute.
Mayor, thank you very much. I had 3 items that I wrote down as we went forth. First of all, Mr. Hernandez, thank you for a very good presentation. First, are you aware that the boundaries of the town include Bladensburg Road all the way up to the district line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Second of all, on appeals of these citations, they happen from time to time, and your municipal government has to decide whether it wants to go forward and prosecute or just let it go by default. When that happens, what support will your company provide the town?
That's a great question. It's often overlooked. The law does not require either myself or law enforcement to appear, but our policy has always been to show all the time, and for 2 specific reasons. One, I feel that it's important for us to be there so that the recipient of the ticket can face their accuser, I still feel that that's important. And the other thing is it builds a rapport with the judge and his staff that we get to demonstrate each week or each month that, you know, our affairs are in order, the documents are in order, and they begin to develop a trust with us, with me in particular, because I'm the one there. And so we appear every month, always.
Well, I would presume that when you appear, you will bring a copy of your video of the vehicle making the violation, showing the license plate thereof, asking and showing the owner of the vehicle the registration certificate for the vehicle and the name of the driver or the owner who's on there. Those things have to be put on in a presentation simply to get to the appellant. Can everybody still hear me? I got a
Yes,
funny
sir.
screen here. I don't see Mr. Hernandez.
I'm right here.
There, oh, you just showed up. Okay. Thank you. Also, this may be impossible for you to do so quickly, but I'd like to know if you can provide a list of your clients, municipal and county, in the state of Maryland before Thursday.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
On your stationery.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. To each member of the council and the mayor, you know, next week, I don't know if you're an exhibitor, but Maryland Municipal League has its convention. See a smile there. You're up front on this.
Yep.
And our members of our council, our elected officials, the mayor, will be down in Ocean City and trying to network, because that's what everybody does there. They network. And I'm sure they'll ask who you are and whether or not anybody's familiar with you in the state, and you know, what you do good and what you do bad. Are you is your company a Maryland Municipal League associate or sponsor?
I don't know if we're a sponsor. I do know that we are a vendor there. We have a booth. This is our second year invested there. So we look forward to seeing all of you. We have in the past been supported by Maryland Municipal League in our attempt to expand enforcement hours, but that was interrupted by COVID and its quarantine. So, you know, we're going to revisit that at another time.
Just keep knocking on the door. I think it's a wonderful thing. Are you proposing a second camera for Colmar Manor?
I would like to, but before I speak out of step, my preference is to perform the studies where, you know, the chief recommends. And then once we get that data back, then we can all look at this and go, you know, this is a spot that has a problem and we can enforce our speeds there. Or maybe the only time anybody's speeding here is during rush hour and it's only 3 cars. Well, it wouldn't be, you know, beneficial in that respect. So I usually defer to the data.
Well,
if I could interrupt just on that point.
You certainly may.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Mario, just out of curiosity, I know you hate when I do this to you when you're, you know, you have a stream of consciousness going, but once again, I keep on thinking about across the road, I think we have 2 locations that were selected for Cottage City, right?
Yes, we have.
And it's the same sort of geographic, I mean, the linear distance in terms of the section of the road we're covering is pretty similar. Is that not the case?
It's very similar, yes.
Okay, so that would kind of just logically lead me to believe that there's a reasonable chance that we could expect 2 cameras there, since it's just the same path road, just a different rush hour direction at different times, at opposite times of the day.
That's the expectation. That's what we're hoping for. Yeah.
Right.
All right, Mr. Soper, thank you. My last question deals with red light. We talked about speed cameras here, and that's the new window that the General Assembly has opened. But what about a second red light camera, or would it be the same thing? Camera would perform two functions.
It can. What we would do is perform a separate style of study, which is a video analysis of any proposed locations that you would like to enforce by red lights. And then we would take that information and determine whether or not it's a site that's worthy of enforcement. You currently already have a site that's operational, so we would love to assume responsibility to that location and expand it elsewhere throughout the town if that's what you guys want to do.
Well, we have to check our contracts, obviously.
Sure.
Make sure we're not violating them by
Right.
contracting with you. Thank you. I really appreciate your responses, and I really appreciate your presentation.
Well, thank you for hearing me.
Mayor?
Thank you. So I guess next steps are just getting some of these reports and information from you, and then discussing it amongst ourselves, and then just seeing where we go from there. Am I correct, Council?
Yes.
I'd like
Okay.
to ask
Yes, sir.
real quick, Mr. Barr and the council, would it be okay or appropriate if I send this documentation to Chief and then he can disperse it out? Or do you want me to contact you directly? Either way, but I think it'd be kind of easier just to go through the chief. That way I'm not leaving somebody out on an email or.
Chief?
Yep, certainly, no problem.
All right.
I'll do
Thank
it.
you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate your time, and the council. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
I would like to ask for a motion. So I have a resident that's sitting here with me, and he has to go pick up his daughter, but he's been kind enough to sit here the entire time, and he'd like to make a comment. Can I push him up, and if there are any other residents that want to say something now, allow them to say something, or is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay, great.
Sure.
So, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm one of the residents here. I was wondering, is there any help from town of Colmar Manor or the county to assist residents who was having problem with the utilities? Like, utility bills, and I know I'm not the only one having problem, but I'm sure there's a lot in this town has problems. So I was wondering if there's any help that we can get from the town or from the county.
There's currently no programs in place in the town. The town is looking for uses of American Rescue Plan funds for those types of purposes, but there are currently no programs in place at the current time.
Mayor, this is Jackie Goodall. Can I say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, there are several avenues that you can take. Petco has a lot of money that's available to you. If you're having problems with Petco, you can contact them via email, or not email, their online web number, or I will get the number to the mayor so that she can have it available. Also, State of Maryland has funds available for WSSC and to help people with foreclosure and rental. I will get that information also to the mayor. And Prince George County Social Services has assistance for people. So there is assistance for utilities from the utility companies and from Prince George County and from the state. I'll get that information to the mayor.
All right, thank you.
Can you say your name and where you live?
Okay, my name is Vincent Blanco. My address is 4305 Newark Road, Brentwood, Maryland. It's by, behind the GP Loop.
Okay, so that's Ward 4.
Yeah. All right, thank you very much.
Sir,
That's all.
Mayor, may I inquire of the gentleman 1 second?
Okay, sir.
Sir, did you say your address was Brentwood, Maryland?
It's on the address is, it says Brentwood, but actually it's Colmar Manor. It's right behind the, right there behind that.
The town has a policy where it asks everyone who has a Brentwood address to change it on the motor vehicle records and on your driver's license to Colmar Manor. The state will do that. You can do that over the internet and with the State Highway Administration and the State Motor Vehicle Administration. I'm sorry, State Motor Vehicle Administration. And what happens is that the town of Colmar Manor gets credit for the taxes that you pay the state of Maryland to go to Colmar Manor. Now they're going to go to the town of Brentwood. And I like the town of Brentwood. I like the people in it, but you have to understand that I like the town of Colmar Manor better. And since you live here, you should like them better as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for coming. So yes, thank you for saying that, Mr. Barr. I like Colmar Manor better too. And that's a good reminder for everyone that's listening. If you don't have Colmar Manor on your license, please change it. And that might be something that we would want to do. Maybe we have like a monthly clinic where we invite or we help people change their information to say Colmar Manor. I know that I did. So yeah, great. So the next item on the, and actually, thank you everyone for giving the gentleman a moment to talk.
Mayor,
great.
is this
So,
going to be, I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to interrupt, but are we going to then revisit citizen reports and resident reports or resident questions later? Or, okay, thank you.
yeah, I just wanted to give him an opportunity because he had to go pick up his daughter. But yes, we'll still keep it at the same time. I had mayor's report. Well, mayor's report is on the agenda. And so it's not fair for me to just give a report. I want to give anyone else who wants to have a quick opportunity to share anything to do so as well. What I would like to share in regards to the mayor report is I just want to again say thank you to everyone for your willingness to help me, for your patience. Thank you, Chief Stone, every single council member, Attorney Barr, Ms. Goodall, I don't know what I would do without you, all of the office staff and all of the staff of the town hall. Thank you for making me feel welcomed. I really appreciate it. And yeah, I love you guys. The other thing I wanted to touch on quickly is the newsletter. So hopefully everyone has by now received a newsletter. If you have any comments, if you have any suggestions, if you would like to be a part of helping coordinate this newsletter, if there's anything that I missed, please let me know. I'm debating, and maybe you all can help me decide whether we do this on a monthly basis or if we do it on a quarterly basis. People are asking, the feedback that I've gotten is to have this on a monthly basis, and I'm assuming that it'll take less time and it'll be less full if we do it on a monthly basis, which isn't a bad thing, but it's just another way to keep everyone in the loop and in touch with what's happening in the town. what I wanted to point out about this newsletter is please don't forget, for everyone that's listening, please tell your neighbors, we have the summer playgrounds in the town hall. Very important. I promised them that I would get 30 kids. They asked me for 20, but I told them I would get them 30. So I need you, council members, and all the neighbors out there that are watching, get me 30 kids signed up for the summer camp. It's at the town hall. It's $60 for the entire summer. It starts on the 23rd of June. It goes on through to the 12th of August from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. They get lunch. They do activities within the town hall. If you have an issue, if you have trouble paying the $60, just reach out to myself or any of the council members and we'll help you. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is the graduations. I wanted to congratulate all the graduates out there. I know that we had one particular graduate from the End Time Harvest Ministries that we are celebrating as well. I'll make sure to reach out to you. I've put up a sign in front of the town hall that says congrats grads. Feel free to come up to the town hall and take a photo in front of the sign. But if you contact us and tell us of any grads that live in your house, we would love to celebrate them. So please make sure to call the town hall and let us know who the grads are. I've seen the beautiful signs in front of people's lawns that say Bladensburg and whatnot. We would personally, as a town, like to celebrate you. I also wanted to talk about the neighborhood watch. I think these neighborhood watch meetings are very important. I appreciate the last one that I attended by the car wash. I received your email, Doug, and I'm looking forward to that petition. I'll let Doug talk more about the petition if you want, but whenever we have an issue, the most effective way to really make sure that everyone knows what's going on is to come to these meetings and take a petition. If it's something that you're very passionate about, if it's an issue that you're very passionate about, petition. And then what we do is we advocate on your behalf. So please make sure to know that you can do that. I also wanted to address the loud music and public urination. So in the newsletter, we have the sound ordinance. Everybody wants to have a nice time, but we also really need to be respectful of our neighbors. And we don't want to see people urinating on their front lawns. I think this is all of our homes, and we want to make sure that we are taking care of our home. And from a health standpoint, it's not healthy. It spreads disease. And then finally, again, just a request for volunteers. I am looking for volunteers. We need people to help distribute this newsletter. We need help with people to write the newsletter. We need help with our committees. So the garden club, the rec committee, please make sure to reach out. We have so many opportunities for residents to get involved, and we really we want to get you in here to help. So that's it on my end. Are there any questions or suggestions, anything that anybody wants to bring up in regards to anything that I've just mentioned? Okay. Oh, yes, Ms. Williams.
Yes, good evening. I just wanted to piggyback on what you referenced in terms of urination across in the area of the car wash. There's still continues to be vagrancy that takes place. It was really interesting how, I truly want to, I'll preface this by saying that I appreciate what the police are doing. However, when they get moved from one area, they go to another area in between the Lincoln, or I'm saying that the old Lincoln, but the MedStar area, and they get themselves wedged in between that and McDonald's, and they're still doing the same thing. So it's just as though they're going from one location to the other. And now they haven't been over across the way in a couple of days, but they come right through the little walkway and they come right by the dumpster. I backed in on Sunday afternoon, and the gentleman walked through the walkway and came and turned face front to Newark Road to urinate. And I swung open my car door and I said, "Sir, please do not do that." Please don't do that in front, because they would have been doing that in front of me. It's almost a daily issue. Between that, there is definitely activity that goes on. There's cars that come along on Newark Road, and they stop at days and night. And they can see us, but we cannot see them because the car windows are tinted. And at any given time, anybody can do anything. And we not know who they are, but they know who we are. It really has to be a change that takes place. I am a firm believer that although this may be something that has taken place over the course of years, and I've not seen it, I've seen it happen, and it's getting more intense, but it was not here 30, 40 years ago. I've been here that long, and I have not seen the activity, the type of activity that is truly going on with exchanges, for unfamiliar people walking down the street. And I granted, this is a free area. I get all that, but we know neighbors, and neighbors know you, even if you don't know their names. And so seeing people come down the street and exchanges taking place, that's not good. And it's not fair to us as residents. We all suffer. We're all going to suffer from this. And it should not take someone getting hurt, or something happening or feeling threatened before something more serious happens. And so I just wanted to piggyback on that. I don't have a problem starting, a petition, because at the watch, that was the request, and I had planned to do that, but I had, some things have happened, and at the same time, Doug has gotten in front of this, to which I'm really happy about, but it won't stop from whatever I need to do. So I just think that, and like I said before, there are older residents that are on this block, and we should not have to suffer as a result of this. No one should have to suffer behind that. Thank you. Did you have something you wanted to say? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and I appreciate your reaching out to me. I'm sorry it took me a minute or two to get back to you on it initially. At the same time that I received the notification from Ms. Williams, Ms. Dixon in Ward 1 sent me a photograph of a car that she had just followed up Newark Road in Ward 1, and they had stopped at the same property that's been a trash issue for us in the past. And the gentleman got out of his Virginia license plate car and exposed himself and urinated right on the sidewalk. Miss Blue has observed this happen in front of her and her children. To me, these properties are becoming nuisance properties. And my ask to the mayor and the council would be, at this point, the town, not council member Bowles, because when I approach Mr. Michaels Corporation, I get told, if you'll let us develop it, we'll clean it up. To me, that's hostage taking. And if this has been going on for 30 years, then that means it was going on when those businesses were in full swing. So they have a responsibility to manage and take care of their property. And they also have no trespassing signs posted on that property, which means that if people are on that property and trespassing, they can be arrested. So at least if I'm incorrect, please let me know, Chief, but I believe that when you post your property, no trespassing, a trespasser can be arrested, certainly asked to move along. So Mayor, I'm asking you and Mr. Barr to talk, and if there is a way to send a letter to the Michael Corporation for that car wash property and to the private property owners for the property on Newark Road, to start paying attention to those properties and try to help eliminate this issue, I think that that would be a very good thing. The property owner on Newark behind IHOP said that they were going to be building a house within a year. Well, it's been a year. There's no house. And we're still dealing with public urination and dumping. I've seen cars drive up there and throw trash out their window into that same property. We've put a trash can there. We've put a poop station there on their private property, which is a service the town is providing to that property owner. They need to clean it up. And the Michael Corporation needs to clean it up, whether they develop it or don't develop it or whatever. The reports that have been coming to me repeatedly from the citizens, residents of that area, is that the security guard that is on duty there only occasionally comes out and kind of walks around and then goes back. So we have a property owner in our business district who is letting his property become derelict, in my opinion. At this point, we got to do something about it. Thank you.
I agree. Honestly, I agree. You don't you don't have to petition me. I'm on board with this. Who's the council member for that for where that area is?
Me.
You. Okay. So one of the things that really kind of stuck out to me from the conversation is that this isn't just a Ward 3 issue. It's a town issue. So I agree. I'm on board, and I hope all the other council members will get on board. And I want all the residents to know this is our issue. It's not just our neighbors that are living over there. So for sure, I would say, let's take up a petition. Let's collect photographs, take photos whenever you can. And I would even say collect video. I mean, we need to create a pile of proof to show, and we shouldn't have to, but it helps. So I'm definitely on board with sending Michael a letter, because you're right. I'm kind of tired of this issue too. And the urination that's happening on that side of town is different than the urination that's happening on my side of town, but it's still an issue, and we should take pride in our town. So yeah, I'm for it. I mean, how in how much time do you think that we can get a petition up and going? And actually, we need volunteers. So if anyone's listening is on the call, spread the word. We don't want our neighbors to do this on their own. So if there are other people that can help with taking up signatures for this petition, please contact Councilmember Bowles, Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Hobbs, Councilmember Mendoza, or me. But I'm on board with that.
May I ask this question? Is this something that can be done electronically? I have seen petitions be done electronically. Now, I don't know, because it's a lot that I don't know, but I have seen petitions be done electronically.
Well, hi, everyone. This is Shelby. I can volunteer to do a change.org petition that I can like hook in the mayor to, or the council members, so that can get sent out appropriately.
I think that's what I was referencing. Thank you so much.
So Officer Chavez has put in the chat, the property owner or agent has to notify the individual that they need to leave. And if they return, they would be trespassing in the presence of an officer. So that means that the property owner has to have someone on site that is actually taking care of the property in order to make that notification. Chief, what does the law say about that? If I post no trespassing on my property and I'm not there, and somebody goes across my property and does damage, can you as a police officer arrest them for trespassing without my alerting you to that?
Yes, it could be, most likely, it may be by mandate now that it be a citation and not a formal arrest. And I've been in discussion with, since the, well, actually I've been in contact with the manager of the property and asked them to make us agents for the property. Have not, that was just done today in our correspondence, but have not heard the answer to that yet.
Great. Any step
So,
forward is good.
Yeah. So there's one person that has their hand up. Can we get a quick comment from them, and then can we? Oh, and Mr. Barr, but can we move on? It's 8:24, and I'm so sorry that we started late, but it's also, we have a lot of things on the agenda to cover. So let me first take the iPhone hand that's up, and then Mr. Barr, please. iPhone that has your hand up, you can unmute and make your comment. Okay, Mr. Barr.
Mayor, let me just say to you and the members of the council and to Mrs. Williams, this property is going to the Park and Planning Commission for approval of a site plan. It was supposed to be filed back in March. I don't know when it's going to be filed for the property development by Mr. Michael and his partner on it. And I would ask for authority from the town to contact their attorney, Larry Taub, who I think most of the members of council are familiar with, and tell Larry that to get the property cleaned up, get the security officer who's there to work and not to do other things that he's not paid to do. And I think you'll get a quick response, because if they don't respond and clean up the property and maintain the proper security on it, we're going to go down there to Park and Planning and raise Cain, and they know it. And that's going to make the Park and Planning commissioners very uncomfortable when they review the site plan. So I'm just saying, the town has collateral avenues to get Mr. Michael to cooperate here. And I would recommend that we do it. We've had problems in the past, a lot of problems in the past with the property. And I believe each time, or most of the times, I got a hold of Mr. Taub, and there were results. He's getting closer to his goal of a site plan approval, and that goes to the planning board. And they're not going to like to hear from the town that he's not cooperative or that he makes a mess.
They're going to hear from the town on that side either way, Mr. Barr. What about the other property at the end of Newark Road, the private property? It
Are
doesn't.
you talking about the church?
No, I'm talking about the property next to Ramel Kamamo's house. I'm talking about the property behind IHOP.
Oh.
It's a private property. Part of it is owned by Maryland Park and Planning, and part of it is a private ownership. And when this council was first elected, the 3 new members of the council, we cleaned that property up, at least attempted to. And at the time, we were told that the family was contacted and that they said that they would be developing the property within the next year or so and building a house there. They have not done so. The property is still a mess. It is still attracting dumping and urination. I suggested, and we put a trash can there and a poop station to help attract at least the idea of putting the trash in the can instead of dumping it onto the property. A property owner behind there down on 38th bought a home and actually mistakenly thought that part of that property was their own. And thank God they did, because they cleaned up part of it. There are tires there, large metal, sheet metal pieces. Councilmember Harding and Councilmember Hobbs and I all were there that day and can attest to the amount of trash that we found. Used condoms, countless beer bottles filled with what looked like beer, but probably wasn't. And it's a nuisance. It's a nuisance property, and it's been a nuisance property for years. And every time we talk about it, everybody says, oh yeah, that's been a problem for years. When is the day going to come in Colmar Manor when we stop saying something's been a problem for years and we clean the darn thing up? Because there are taxpayers sitting next to that property on either side that are paying an inordinate amount of tax, who have to sit there with their children and their family while someone gets out of a car from an out-of-state license tag and simply chooses to urinate on Colmar Manor. And Colmar Manor is tired of it. What can we do, Mr. Barr?
You can send your code enforcement officer out there to cite the property, and send out notices. And when that is done, to the listed property owner with the State Department of Assessments and Taxation. And once they don't do it, the town simply has the property cleaned, either through its own workforce or through a contractor that's hired to do it. And we put a tax lien on the property.
Can't that property be designated a vacant property? It's been empty for years. There's nobody there. There's nobody caring for it.
No. It has an owner. That owner
But if they're abdicating their responsibility to care for their property, have they not abandoned it?
No.
Well, they're contributing in a negative way to our town, and they need to get their act together.
Well,
I almost said shit. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
well, that's what you want removed from the property.
Yeah.
Mr. Bowles, I would say that code enforcement is the avenue to go to. Once people start to get tax bills, and that becomes that's a tax lien. If you don't pay it, your property is going to go to tax sale. You can't fight that. And once they start seeing these $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 bills added to their taxes each year, they're going to take care of the property. It's plain and simple.
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Okay.
Sorry,
Mr.
but
Bowles.
this is a long-standing discussion, and I've been told in the past that attachment to their taxes has been done, and they just pay it and go on about their business and do the next year we have to clean it up again.
Well,
why don't
let a
why
contract.
don't we,
Sorry, I'm sorry about this, Mayor.
It's-
I'm just sick to death of it.
No, I'm sick of it too. The person that lives behind it contacted me. I asked her to send me an email. I'm pretty big on, if there's a complaint, email me so there's a paper trail. I forwarded the email over to code enforcement. I'll check to see where they're at with it. But I am in total agreement with taxing them and just continue to tax them. But I think this is a discussion that we can see if we can have offline, because we haven't even hit our agenda yet. So if we can,
Yes, ma'am.
please
My
go forward.
apologies.
Thank you, but I like the conversation. I like our conversations tonight. Great. So next item on the agenda is the town administrator and town administrator job description. I will ask actually Mr. Councilmember Bowles to talk about the job description, and I'll open this discussion up also to our council members to see or to start the discussion around this town administrator. I only want to give this maybe like 1 or 2 minutes because we have to go over the budget as well and adopt the budget. But let me go ahead and invite Councilmember Bowles to just talk about the town administrator position. This is just an initial conversation about that.
Okay, and I would invite Mr. Baden also to speak up because basically this job, Mr. Baden provided myself and the mayor with several job descriptions of code inspectors, sorry, of town managers, town administrators in neighboring communities, and gave us some guidance on which ones he felt might be useful. This job description, we sort of worked together and came up with this as an initial choice because it's broad enough to incorporate the many and different kinds of jobs that a town administrator would be required or expected to do, but is also open enough that as a town administrator joins us and begins to oversee the work in the town, they can then come back to us and say, hey, these are the things that are specific to this town, or maybe this thing is not necessary, or these. In other words, it's a sort of a boilerplate open job description that would get us moving forward with hiring a town manager to assist us all in having a more professional and more consistently run government, which would allow our mayor to focus not only administrative tasks that she has, but also other kinds of tasks which can help her focus outside of the town and bring in interest and dollars and grants and all these sorts of things that she won't have to do if she's not constantly administering the office. So I looked it over. I just added a couple of things at the very beginning. I mentioned that I didn't say required because I'm not sure that that's necessary to say, but I think it's extremely important that they be bilingually proficient. So I added in that first paragraph that bilingual proficiency in English and Spanish is highly preferable. And I also suggested to focus in a little bit more on the newsletter because I know that we've all been talking about the importance of that newsletter to us for several years. And that was not specifically mentioned, but wanted to make sure that any candidate applying for this job would understand that the production and dissemination of a bilingual newsletter was something, it's not an unusual thing for a town manager to do, but I threw that specificity in there just so that they would know up front that that was something that they would be producing. And I think there might have been, oh, I think I also mentioned that they would be potentially either occasionally or even regularly required to attend our town public meetings and potentially the quarterly meetings, because a regular report from our head administrator would be an important thing. And then going forward, if once this position is hired and installed, there are likely some charter and code adjustments that we'll need to make going forward. But Mr. Baden, did I cover all the salient points? Is there anything I left out?
I think you did a good job, and I had hopefully everyone got a copy to see the job description that Councilmember Bowles was referring to on the screen. The other thing to note is later on in the meeting, we are hopefully going to be discussing and adopting the fiscal year 23 budget, and the funding for this position are included in that budget. The council, determines the compensation of all officials and employees of the town by including them in the adoption of the budget. So, I think it's, there's really two actions that should probably be taken. One, that you are in consensus, with the job description, and essentially the form that it's presented. And then when we discuss the budget, that you realize that the funding for this position is in the budget, so that when you're adopting it, you're authorizing this position and giving the town the authority to go forth and hire this as the mayor sees fit. So those are the only other comments that I had.
Oh, Mr. Baden, one more thing. Just a reminder to everyone that this position is answerable to the mayor and town council. So it is not a position that would be equal to or above our mayor or us. This position would always and forever be answerable to us and would serve at the pleasure of the mayor and the council. Just to be clear. So we're not proposing creating a position that would be like a co-mayor by any means. This would be an administrative lead. Just so that that's understood. Thank you.
Yep. So before we leave this item, I mean, it'd be good to have some council discussion and at least a consensus that we would move forward with this job description, essentially the form that it's in.
Yeah, first word here. We've been speaking about this position for since we got on council. So I'm all for it. I'm gung ho.
Councilmember Hobbs, Ward 2 wholeheartedly support this position. It will take away from a lot of burdens from our mayor and some of the staff. So my full support goes out to this agenda item.
Pardon me, Mayor. It's John Barr. Did Councilmember Harding make a motion?
No, he just expressed his concurrence with it.
Okay, well, Councilmember Harding here. I'd like to make a motion. This is a motion for what exactly? Are we accepting it?
To accept the job description for the town administrator and substantially the form as presented tonight.
Councilmember Harding, I'll make the motion as stated by Mr. Bay.
Councilmember Hobbs.
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll second that.
So Mayor, you'd say motion by Harding, second by Mendoza. Any discussion? And if there's no discussion, then you'll call for a vote.
Thank you, sir. So motion by Harding, second by Councilmember Mendoza. If there are no other discussions, then we'll proceed on a vote.
So, and any discussion?
The only discussion that I have is that I did mention this. We had a staff meeting at the town hall. I did mention this, just I wanted to get everyone's feelings about it, and it seems like everyone here is in favor of this, which I was really happy to hear. and it's definitely needed. What I've told everyone is that it will most likely take us anywhere between 3 to 6 months to find someone, especially if they're bilingual. I would also like to vet this description with a couple of other town administrators. So if we take a vote on it and we need to edit this, is that okay? Or is this the final version?
The motion is stated, I believe, correct me, Mr. Harding, but the motion is stated was substantially in the form as presented. Am I correct?
Mr. Baden, was that what you stated? I said the
Yes,
motion
that
as
would be
stated.
correct. So it'll be,
Right.
minor changes are okay, major changes are not without coming back to the council.
So I believe that, Mayor, that falls under minor changes to description.
Well, the word would be substantial.
Substantial.
Or material, which has a meaning in law.
And that's where you come in.
Yeah.
Great, so if I send this over to a couple of other town administrators to get their feedback, and I have any substantial edits, then we have to bring it back up in July and take a vote on it. I think that that's fine. I think that's doable. Am I mistaken?
No, but you have a motion on the floor, Mayor. No one else wants to speak. You can take a vote.
You call for the vote, Mayor, you're muted.
I think Councilmember Mendoza wanted to say something.
You're muted, Councilmember
No.
Mendoza. There you go.
No, I was ready to vote.
Okay, great. So then I will call for a vote. So Ward 1,
Aye.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4,
Aye.
And the mayor votes?
Mayor votes aye.
Okay, passes 5-0. Next item on the agenda. And you're muted again.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the FY23 town budget and adoption. So I'll hand that over to Mr. Baden.
All right, let me see if I could pull this one up as well. Share. All right. So the budget has been discussed for a few months now, and we are now in budget draft 3, which includes the changes that were made at the last meeting. The budget itself is adopted in the form of an ordinance, specifically Ordinance 01/2022, which was introduced on the 10th day of May of this year. That was the evening that we had our public hearing on the budget. We then had I think it was one other meeting after that, which the council made about 7 or 8 more changes to the budget itself. So because we've had a lot of discussion on the budget, I'm just going to highlight a couple items at this point, and then open it up for any questions, and then hopefully we go forward and adopt the ordinance. So, of note is that the real property tax that generates this $1,008,000 in revenue is the constant yield rate, which means the rate at which the taxes for the residents will not be any more than last year. Our taxes or our assessed values of property overall have increased in the town because the property tax increased or the assessed value is increased. We needed to decrease the rate so that you would only be taxed at the same amount. So for commercial property, the tax rate has been decreased from 86.36 cents to 82.59 cents. And the non-commercial property, also known as the residential property, has decreased from 92.35 cents to 87.67 cents. So, you should not see any increase in your tax bill as a result of Colmar Manor taxes. If you do see increase in your taxes, it's related to the other taxes on your property, such as county, state, Washington Metropolitan Transit Tax, and those types of things. When you get down to the bottom, the first 2 pages of the revenue, and we're really just concentrating on the last column, which is the fiscal year 23 budget column. When you get to the bottom, there are 2 items here. One is the ARPA fiscal year 22 carryover, which is $569,938. And this is the amount of unallocated funds that we received in fiscal year 22 for the ARPA funds. We actually received $656,838. And during the year, we allocated or expended 86,900 of that. So this 569,000 now becomes a revenue that we could use to provide services in fiscal year 23 for the ARPA funds. And then the other large item down here, the $733,021 is the amount of reserve funds, that is funds from prior years that we've accumulated where our revenues are greater than our expenditures. And that amount is estimated right now, even though we're not at, finished the current fiscal year, it's $733,021. In this budget, we are proposing to use about $79,000 of this unreserved funds in order to balance the budget. And I'll show you where that comes into play in a little bit. So on the expenditure side, these are all your expenditures by department: general government, payroll taxes and benefits, senior van operations, code enforcement. This is our shared code enforcement officer with the town of Cottage City, public works, community center, town hall, 230,000, police and public safety, 454,000, community center operations of 27,200. When you get down here, this is where we've accounted for the ARPA funds for the current year, what we had budgeted during the current year, and then what we are looking to spend those funds on for some specific projects. And those would be the consultant that we're using to help us develop our ARPA plan of $18,000, summer employment for youth that we hire to work for us for the summer of $2,000, the annual fire department donation of $3,000, the town administrator position at $90,000. This was based on the job description that you just approved. And that's why I wanted to point out to you that it is now funded in the budget. And by being funded in the budget, it allows us to hire for that position. The 90,000, we need to figure out exactly whether that's going to be all salary. Is it got benefits in there? But we've got a $90,000 figure at this point. Code enforcement software of $6,000. So there are 2 other items down here, which is FY23 ARPA expenditures and FY22 carryover of ARPA expenditures. And these are the amounts of the ARPA funds that are currently unallocated. Each year, as I said earlier, we got $656,839 in fiscal year 22, and we'll receive that same amount again in fiscal year 23 for the ARPA fund. So if you take the 537 and add these other figures here, these are the amounts that we are allocating in fiscal year 23. That will total 656,838. And if you take this 569 and add it to the expenses that we are going to incur already in fiscal year 22, that will also come to 569,938. So the council, has been working with a consultant in order to develop a plan for the use of these funds. So we currently have $1,107,000 in funds that we will be finalizing a plan on hopefully in the next month or two, and then to go forward and spend these monies. So they will then be broken out into expense categories like you see here for specific projects. The other item I wanted to note is our unreserved fund on the expenditure side is $79,000 less than the figure I showed you on the revenue side, which means we are using 79,000 of reserve funds for in order to balance the budget. And what that means is, our revenues are $79,000 less, than the expenditures for the general fund. And that doesn't include any of these items, which, some of the recurring costs we would need to, find revenue sources, in future years for these items. So those are the main differences, or inclusions from the last draft of the budget that you saw, incorporating those changes in here. The bottom line here is that our expenditures equal our revenues. So, that is why you see a 0 here, and it's balanced by using $79,000 in surplus funds. So I'll stop there. I'll turn it back over to the mayor to see if the council has any questions. And if not, then I would recommend that you go ahead and make a motion to adopt Ordinance 01-2022 that you had already introduced at the May 10th meeting. Mayor?
So I have a question. I'm sorry. Why are we, where is that $79,000 coming from?
So up here, so on the revenue side, what our charter says is that a surplus of funds from prior year becomes a revenue in future years. So what we do to show that is, so think of your own budget at home or, budget in another business. If you have extra money, you're going to put it back into the company, or in the town, you're going to put it back to provide services for the town. So on the revenue side, I'm estimating that to be 733,000. This has been accumulated over years. It's not just last year. We actually had a loss last year. But this is accumulated over many, many years, and that's our surplus. It's always good to have some surplus in order to fund really the summer months, the first 3 months of the fiscal year, because our larger revenue source doesn't come in until October. So one, you need funds to get you through July, August, September. You also need funds for a rainy day. You have a major emergency, you need money. Where are you going to get it on the spur of the moment? So rule of thumb is about having 25% of your budget, in reserves. For us, that's probably, if you take out the ARPA funds, that's probably about, 400 to 450,000. So, we're over that, by 250, 300,000, so good, healthy position. But for this year's budget, instead of increased taxes, we are going to use 79,000 of this figure, so that on the expense side, that number's been reduced 79,000 down to 654. So hopefully that helps explain a little better. So all the numbers are showing on the one report so that we know where we are and don't have to look in multiple places.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions, any discussion?
No, ma'am.
So I have good old dependable me. I have a question. First of all, there was a question in the chat that I think is salient from one of our residents, and that is, why are our taxes so high? And there are numerous ways to answer that question, but I think what it ultimately comes down to is we're a small town and we have a small business district. And we're trying to have services for our town that every town deserves to have. And I will share with you that what I shared with Mr. Baden, which is when urban renewal, which we all know now is quite a controversial program back in the 70s, came through Colmar Manor, it eliminated 40 to 45 homes and a good chunk of our business district. So the Colmar Manor of 1927 to 1965 or whatever had a bit larger residential tax base and a larger business tax base, which is part of the issue. Part of the issue is that we have a debt service on this building. So we're paying a good chunk of change out on the building every year. And part of the issue is that we choose to have services such as a police department. And the town has chosen in the past to try to go without a police department, but it was pretty quickly figured out that that was not the best choice. So for us to have safety and all of the services that a police department have, that's a pretty big chunk of what we're paying for. But the safety and health of the citizens and residents of Colmar Manor should be, in my opinion, the top priority of the town. My question that I have, first of all, we discussed reducing the potential or the budgeted for amount of the bazaar, because we've had enough experience with the bazaar now to see that that was kind of an unrealistic amount of money. The hope is, who knows, maybe we've lowered that budget from 24,000 down to 5,000 on the revenue side. But the hope is maybe we're wrong, and this year we'll have so many events there that we'll just be flooded with cash. But in my opinion, it makes more sense to budget conservatively on something which hasn't shown a history of making money. And then if we have an unexpected windfall, then all the best. My question is this, and it may not get answered tonight, but we're budgeting for on line 4160, Mr. Baden, rental income. This year we budgeted for 50,000 and you're estimating 75, even though as of March we were at 47. Do you think we'll make that 75?
I think we'll be close to that.
Okay, so we're budgeting forward.
Maybe closer to 70, but things are opening up more and we are getting more rentals and things. So I wouldn't be surprised. We might be closer to 70 for fiscal year 22. But if we keep going at the rate we are, I wouldn't be surprised if we're up to 75 or more in 23.
Well, that's great to hear. So the conundrum that puts us into is that we've heard, I know those of us that ran for mayor all heard this from the residents, that they want more access to the public facility. So the conundrum that we're in now is, if we're using the public facility as a rental facility in order to be a revenue source, which we have been doing and it seems to be successful, how do we balance using the building as a revenue source and also making it available to our residents without cutting into that revenue source? So I just want to throw that question out into the universe as we move forward, because that is how we've been addressing revenue for the last few years, is really marketing this building as a rental facility. So moving forward, how can we bring some bucks into the town, but also make the residents access to that? So I'll just throw that out there. Otherwise, I just want to compliment Mr. Baden and our mayor and the council on the hard work that we've done on the budget thus far, and thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Bowles. I just want to piggyback off of what you just said.
Yes, ma'am.
This is gonna, actually, I didn't put it on the agenda, but I am suggesting that we put a hold on town hall rentals. Maybe not for a month. I know, Mr. Baden, I know, I can see your face, Mr. Baden. Maybe for a couple, like 1 or 2 weeks, I think that we need to put a hold, and we need to have a very robust conversation about process, about access, and about pricing. And I think that we can, if we all sat down and actually invited even our residents to be involved in this discussion, maybe we can do something about it. I'm surprised being here, how many people use this town hall, and how often it gets rented out. We're booked up every single weekend. But then again, this is my call to residents. If you want something, if you're not happy about it, email, and then email your council member, email me, email the town, and let us know what you want here. I have some ideas, but I don't know what your ideas are. I don't know what the town needs. Please make us aware of what you want. But yeah, I'm pretty surprised at the way that this town hall gets used. And I think if we switched it around a little bit, we could think through using this and having it more accessible to residents, but still having it generate some revenue for the town. But I also think we need to figure out other ways to generate revenue for the town, not just the town hall. That's my piece.
All right, Mayor, it's up back in your hands. If there's any more discussion, if not, then, be recommended, doing the, asking for a motion to adopt the budget ordinance 01/2022.
Anyone have any other items to discuss? Any questions? Any comments? Okay, so I would like to go ahead and put, Councilmember Hobbs.
Yes, thank you. No comments. I just want to make a motion to accept the ordinance on the budget.
That would be a
Thank you.
motion, council member, to adopt.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to adopt the budget.
Budget ordinance 01/2022.
I would make a motion to adopt budget ordinance 00922.
01/2022.
01/2022.
Yep.
Do we have a second?
Councilmember Harden, I'll second that motion.
Then you ask for any discussion, Mayor.
Any discussion?
Mr. Baden, the ordinance that we're passing to pass our budget, this is the ordinance in which we had the clause that delegated authority, correct, for signature and auditing. So just for a point for clarity, I know I had requested this at our work session. Will we be dividing up evenly fiscal oversight by the council? Will there be 2 auditors and 2 check signers? And is that designated specifically in this ordinance, or is that something the mayor does separately?
It says the mayor and town council hereby grant signature authority on all town instruments of withdrawal of the town in accordance with section 101-103 of the town code to 2 members of the town council as designated by the mayor and to the clerk treasurer. And then the mayor and town council shall hereby grant audit authority on town instruments to the mayor and such other members of the town council as shall be designated by the mayor.
Thank you. So that means, Mr. Baden, you will be allowed to sign checks and the mayor is allowed to audit.
Yes.
And so the yes, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say at the next meeting, you all should probably clarify if you're keeping those same roles or designating, different ones. So that should go on the next agenda.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. So if there's not any other discussion, then you'll call for a vote, Mayor.
If there is no further discussion, I would like to call a vote. Okay.
Ward 1. Aye.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye.
Motion passed 5-0. And then you could go on to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Mayor, could I please request to be excused? I have to get to work, but I will be listening in on the rest of the meeting. I just won't be able to talk much.
Okay, but I hate your job.
I know. I love you guys though.
Great. So the next agenda item is office equipment. Mr. Baden, I'll turn this to you.
I actually think this was your item, but I'll be glad to tee it up for you.
Yes, please.
And it might even be Councilmember Bowles's item, but you know, there was some discussion at the last meeting about whether we should allocate phones and or laptops to the town council members and mayor. You know, and you know, we currently have 4 phones and 4 laptops in hand that were being used by previous employees. So we currently have them available, you know, for, you know, there is a cost associated obviously with operating each one. So we could either, you know, transfer those services to the phones to the mayor and council members and continue paying for that service, or we could, you know, if some of you want and some of you don't, you know, we could cancel part of them, or we could, you know, just cancel the service for all of them, you know, if that's what you deem you want to do. And then with the laptops, I believe there's a service charge per month, I think might be $18 to have that as a computer on the Colmar Manor network, so that you would have access to Outlook and those types of things. So, you know, they might be on there already. I haven't checked because they, you know, they were for past employees. I haven't removed any services at this point, but if we do, then obviously there'd be savings on the laptops, just like there are on the phone. So I'll open it up or turn it back over to the mayor to open up for discussion as to what you all would like to do with those phones and laptops.
Yeah, I'll open it up for discussion. I know personally I'm using my personal laptop and I'm using my personal phone. I've spoken to a couple of other council member that has talked about security issues, and I agree with that. So I would like to take one of those laptops. I don't want to take a phone. I'll use my phone. But I'm also open to discussion about this issue if anybody wants to talk about this, or if we want to maybe see what other towns are doing, that might be an idea too. But yeah, please, let's discuss.
Well, don't everybody talk at once. Big Mouth Bowles here. I brought the issue up because it became clear to me through MML training that our devices they can be subpoenaed, right? So if we're doing town business on our personal device, texting, storing emails, that kind of thing, that means our devices can be subpoenaed. And I know, and maybe there's somebody that's more technologically savvy than me, but the way that I have my town mail access set up on my phone, if I start to fill out an address, it reaches into my overall phone bank. And so it will fill in whatever name it thinks I'm typing, whether that name is a town employee or whether that name is a college employee where I work or a friend. And so maybe there's something you all can teach me that I don't know, but my concern is that it could be possible for me to go to send an email from my personal cell phone to one of you that has sensitive information in it and end up by mistake sending it to John Smith at my work rather than John Smith at the town hall. So that was one issue. But for me, just best practice, I don't want to cost the town more money necessarily, but for me to have a dedicated laptop that is for the town, that is specific to the town. And when I leave, I can hand that back to you. And whatever files are on it, the town owns those files anyway. I just feel much more comfortable with that. So I don't really want 2 phones, but I wonder if it's the smarter way to go. And I definitely do. I would like one of the laptops for sure. So if somebody can help me make my phone more sort of bulletproof so that it's not, confusing the 2 different jobs, that's okay. But, our personal cell phone numbers are the numbers that the residents of Colmar Manor have. And we've been operating that way for a couple of years, but it really would be nice to have a professional dividing line there so that, we have a duty phone, so to speak. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
So Council, this is Councilmember Hobbs. Councilmember Bowles touched upon the costs issue, and I just wondered what would be the cost for, if on the top of your head, Ms. Payne, if you know, for council, if we're doing it for all, or are we doing it by preference? How much would it cost the town?
So the laptops, as I said, we would have to pay for the, I think it's the Microsoft 365 license for those, which I think are close to $18 per computer that we have on there. The phones, I actually, in last month have, we're with Sprint, and I contacted Sprint and found a more economical plan. Which, is supposed to take effect November 1st. And, it was based on the number of phones we had at the time. But it should get the price down to, it looks like about $30 a month per the phone line. So you're looking at about $30 a month per phone and probably $18 a month per laptop.
All right, thank you. I have just switched from Sprint. They merged with T-Mobile, so I wondered if that's still applicable under the T-Mobile plan.
Yes, that was, yep. And they actually, in my conversation, said that we don't have or that all of our phones need new SIMs cards in order to be compatible with the T-Mobile network. And one of our phones, actually, the van driver's phone, needs to be replaced because it's so far outdated that a SIMS card won't even update it to the new system. They have a iPhone 6, I think. But all the other ones, they shipped me the new SIMS cards. So I was holding on to those, waiting to see if we're going to use all the phones. If we are, then we need to install the new SIMS cards in them. And if not, then, we don't need to, we just cancel the phones. There are no cancellation fees for the phones because we've had them long enough. So, we cancel the phones and just hold on to them. We don't have to turn them in or anything. And there is no charge to cancel.
So we've been paying for them all this time and nobody was using them?
Well, they were for employees that have left, the last, few months, mainly, one was the mayor and then, three of the office staff. So those are the 4 phones and the 4 laptops.
So, Councilmember Mendoza, I have a question. It's been brought up to maybe sit down and talk about how we function as mayor and council, and this could be part of a retreat. So I think this would cover everything, right? It would cover even just how we host these meetings and Robert's rules for dummies. But it could also entail equipment. So do we need to make this decision tonight, or do we want to talk about this at a retreat? And I mean, talk about all of it at a retreat.
You got it. You're muted.
I think that's a good idea to talk about it at a retreat.
Any other comments or discussion? Irina, Councilmember Bowles, Councilmember Harding?
Do we have a date for a retreat yet? No, so it sounds like we need to decide on that so we can make a decision. I would like for it to come in sooner rather than later, because I don't want to keep paying for these phones that nobody's using.
Well, from what I heard so far is no one wanted phones, but 2 people wanted laptops. I mean, the phones are more expensive than the laptops. I would think you can make that, if no one's interested in phones, you could probably make that individually if that's the case. I didn't hear from every council member, but we heard.
But also, if we're hiring new personnel, maybe we need to keep a few lines.
Yeah, we could actually keep the phones and then add the line back on when we hire people. We could also do that.
Wasn't the idea behind the laptops and phones so that people could take them home during COVID?
Yes.
So if we're going forward and opening up, then is the rationale still there to provide folks with that equipment if we're going to have equipment available at work? I didn't say I didn't want a phone. I said I didn't know if I didn't want a phone. To be quite clear, I want to make sure that it's safe. I do have one question. I know we're not going to make this decision tonight, but would it be possible for me to borrow a laptop to take to MML with me so that I can use it for taking notes and that kind of thing at the convention? Is that something that would be acceptable to the council?
It's definitely great to know that a phone or a laptop is available. So thanks for that.
So the mayor and council member Bowles, we could issue laptops to. No one had any issues with that.
I'm tentative. Like, if I don't like the laptop and if the laptop is slow, then I probably won't want it. I don't know. Yes, sorry. Yes. So are we taking a vote on that?
The 2 newer ones are 2 years old, so they should be pretty good.
Okay. So do we need to take a vote or put a motion for it? Do I need to request a motion or?
It'll probably be good so that's on the record.
Okay, motion to provide equipment to our council members. Can anyone?
I'll make that motion stated. Councilmember Mendoza.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Thank you. So let's move forward on a vote. Ward 1.
Absent.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
I feel like I ought to abstain since I'm asking for it for me, but I don't know if we can get a quorum, so I'll say aye.
Ward 4.
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is our town committee comments. If there's anyone that's part of any of our town committees, feel free to come in and make a comment. Okay, if there's no one that wants to make a comment from any of our committees, what I will do is oh, Sarah, did you have something that you wanted to say as part of the committee? Okay, so what I will pose is, again, anyone that's listening, we have amazing committees. We have the Neighborhood Watch, we have the Garden Club, we have the Hispanic Outreach Committee. If none of those groups are of liking to you, feel free to create your own committee. Hopefully, once we get a town administrator in place, they will come up with a process with how to create this committee and how to enlist members to be a part of this committee. Okay, so now I'd like to open it up to resident comments. So if there are any residents that would like to make a comment, please raise your hand. Great. Yes, Sal, if you can tell us what street you're on and make your comment.
Hi, it's actually Shelby, but I am on 40th Avenue. I'm in Ward 2. And I just wanted to make a comment from the prior resident comment. I'm so sorry, I forgot the gentleman's name, who was asking about the rental assistance or the utility assistance rather. And I just wanted to put out to the community that I am a social worker. I'm happy to help anybody who is in need of like utility assistance, find the resources that are needed for that for PG County. So if anyone wants to contact me, my email is in the chat.
Thank you so much, Shelby. And actually, I would love to arrange to have you come to the town hall to meet with me and any other council member to possibly formalize this or have some type of an agreement. We definitely could use your help. So we're lucky to have you and thank you for offering. For the gentleman, I think his name was Vincent, this is a real issue for him. And when he had contacted to see if he could come to the meeting or when he was asking about help, I told him come to the meeting because we need people to come forward. And I know that sometimes it's difficult to kind of be that vulnerable, but this is part of the whole ARPA funding too. So if you need help paying your utility bills or paying your mortgage, the town has money. We need to hear from you. You've already submitted your survey, but it's never too late to come and voice your concerns about how we use that money. So it's town money, it's resident money. So please don't be afraid to come and just ask for help. But thank you so much, Shelby. I'll contact you to see when you can come. And if any other council member that's here tonight, and including Councilmember Harding wants to come and meet with Shelby, please let me know.
Yeah, and I'll also add, I know, Monica, you have my phone number, but if anybody, you can feel free to send that out to the other council members. And if there are residents that contact you all and are in need of help, you can send them my number. You have my consent for that.
Thank you. Are there any other residents that would like to make a, all right, council member, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. There's a question from Sada about reserving the town hall, I believe, in the chat box.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was just reading the Spanish and you're much better at it than I am.
Well, why don't you read it in Spanish and I'll translate it into English?
You will laugh at me. Okay. ¿Cuánto tiempo antes hay que hacer una reservación para rentar en la alcaldía para un evento para los residentes de Colmar Manor?
So how much time beforehand do you need to make a reservation to rent the town hall for an event for the residents of Colmar Manor? Any council member want to reply?
I'll reply. You know the answer to that, Mayor, don't you? As soon as possible, because it fills up quickly. I mean, there's no set time frame. If it's available tomorrow and, you know, you want to reserve it, or, you know, you have the ability to do that, you know, once you come up and fill out the forms and things. But, you know, we are, as the mayor said earlier, you know, quite in high demand for rentals, and there are, you know, rental agreements and fees and those types of things to pay. So, you know, best thing would be to get, you know, your reservation in sooner than later.
Entonces es lo más antes posible porque siempre hay eventos, especialmente ahora en el verano, siempre hay eventos. Pero cuando tenga un día, venga a la alcaldía para averiguar si está libre el espacio y le ayudamos. So yeah, just translating what you just said, Mr. Baden, but I also just kind of want to put out there, included with my request to put a hold on some of these reservations or a time period so that we could discuss it. I might even propose that we offer the space up to residents for free, or find a way to have some type of a program that's specifically for town residents, so that they're able to use the town hall or the space at a much more discounted rate than we currently have.
Yep, that would need to be a full discussion with the council before we did any of that, but we can put that on a future agenda too.
Yes, sir. Any other comments from residents? Any feedback? Anything that you want to bring forward? Okay, Ms. Escobar, if you can unmute yourself and go ahead and bring forward your comment. Okay, Ms. Escobar put in the chat Bates. I'm not necessarily sure what she's referring to. I know that a lot of residents contacted me a couple days ago in regards to Bates and Bates not coming to pick up the trash. I am going to request that I meet with Bates. I haven't met them yet. So that's definitely on my things to do list. Any other council members received any complaints or comments from residents in regards to Bates? Yes, Chief Stone?
Just very briefly over, let's see, Friday was recycling day. Apparently they had a problem with the truck earlier in the day. At about 6 o'clock, we noticed that they hadn't come through, but then they showed up in town. I thought all was well, but they had missed at least 39th place and perhaps others, but to my understanding, they came back today and took care of that. So the recycling issue from Friday, I think everything's been picked up now. That may have been what she's referring to.
Thank you, Chief. Is there a way that they can text us or text someone in town when they're here? Like, is there some type of high-tech garbage technology that is available so that we know when they're like?
Well, I think the high-tech thing that we use now is we drive around and look for them, or I should, more Public Works drives around and looks for them and find out they're here. They do have, our Public Works has cell phones for the supervisors and have pretty good contact with them. That didn't work very well Friday. They weren't able to get hold of the person, and we kind of wait around for them to show up. On a normal day,
their truck was really struggling on Friday. They actually broke down in front of my house and had to get out and do some work to get it started again. So I witnessed them struggling to get the truck moving. So.
Thank you. iPhone de Sara. Sara, would you like to make your comment? Unmute yourself.
Sí, buenas noches a todos. Yo quisiera decir que la basura que vienen a recoger los miércoles, cada vez que uno tira muebles o cualquier cosa de basura grande, hay que llamar por teléfono. Yo he llamado y no contestan y tardan mucho tiempo en contestar. Y yo quisiera saber si se puede, digamos, así como la basura y el reciclaje que ya tienen su día que pasan, si pudieran pasar igual los miércoles sin necesidad de estar llamando.
Okay, is the translator on, or did you all switch to interpretation, or would you like me to translate? Okay.
Please translate.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts.
Right now, there's also the point that I don't know if this was made clear to everybody, but you're also supposed to call before 2 o'clock on Tuesday to make your appointment. And I've called them sometimes myself at like 2:05, and they'll tell you you're too late. So they're very strict about that 2 o'clock time. So I like Miss Campos. Is this Sara Campos? I like her idea very much.
Sí. Gracias.
So for RG, just quickly, basically she's saying that for the bulk trash, she calls to try to make an appointment. Sometimes they take too long to answer or they don't answer at all. So she's requesting that we not need to, there should be no need to make an appointment, that it should just be a standard that they come on Wednesdays to pick up bulk trash. And Ms. Escobar, that's how it was before.
Yeah, Miss Escobar is right. It was for years, it was every Wednesday was just bulk trash day, and they've changed it where you have to call. And I agree with Councilmember Bowles with the 2 o'clock. Yet a lot of people don't know that you have to call before Tuesday 2 o'clock, because yeah, they will straight up tell you, yeah, you have to wait till next week. So I would like to talk to Bates, and I think it's a good idea to just have Wednesdays again, just bulk trash day.
We do have an agreement with them where I don't think there's any limit. Some towns, you actually are limited to the number of pieces you can put out. Colmar Manor has an agreement. Chief and Melinda, you guys probably know better than I do the history, but I believe our agreement is that we can put out any number of items. We're just supposed to call them and tell them what those items are. Mayor, have they told you they won't take unlimited items?
Yeah, I've called for people and they limit the amount of items that they'll pick up.
Really? I called them a couple of years back about something, and the woman actually told me I was limited, and then somebody in the office corrected her, and she said, oh, you're Colmar Manor, you all have a different agreement. Chief, is that still the case? Are we supposed to be unlimited?
I want to say it's 3 items. I'm not 100% sure about that, but you cannot do construction materials, automobile parts, tires, and things of that nature. That's a for sure. As far as the process, I don't know what led up to the appointment thing, but it doesn't work very well. And that's what they had voiced about folks calling in and getting no answer, or I have spoken with some residents who I'm pretty confident are telling me the truth, that they called in and their items don't get picked up. We've informally done a process in the town where on Tuesday we go out and see what's out there, although it's out a little early, and we send that list into Bates and ask them to add it to their list. So whether the people have called in or not, hopefully it'll get on the list. I wouldn't be opposed to folks calling in here to town hall and us giving them a list as well and having it confirmed. Because they do send us a list about 3 o'clock on Tuesday of what they have. So at least we could confirm or compare lists and make sure everyone's on there, or as many as possible.
I had a very positive experience with bulk trash pickup. Every time I call, it gets picked up. I haven't used it for about a year, but overall, they always pick up the phone and always pick up whatever item I had.
I've had negative and positive experiences with Bates. One time I was going out of town and they didn't pick up, and so the stuff was in front of my house for a while, and I was very afraid that I was going to get a ticket, a citation from the code enforcement. So I called them up very angrily. But I agree, maybe that's a next meeting item where we contact Bates and just ask, I need to meet them anyways, and just ask them about the situation, see if we could change it. Or I even like Chief Stone's suggestion of just having people call the town hall. But I would up the ante with that and say, hopefully with a new website, we can have people submit on a form on our website. That's coming down the pike. I am hoping and I'm working towards.
And remember not to place your bulk items out on the sidewalk until after 7 p.m. on Tuesday, so that we don't have stuff sitting around in town for days and days and days. Yay, new website. I love that idea.
Thank you. Sarah, todavía tienes tu mano subida. ¿Tienes otro comentario? Sarah, you still have your hand up. Do you have another comment?
¿Yo?
Sí.
No, es que no sé cómo bajar la manita, pero también quería hacer otro comentario. Sí, gracias. Okay. He visto muchas personas aquí en la reunión que no se han podido conectar a la reunión en español. Yo quisiera agregar si van a estar regando volantes cada mes para decirle a las personas que si no pueden conectarse a la reunión en español, que pueden ir a la alcaldía a pedir ayuda para enseñarles cómo poder entrar al Zoom y llegar al español para poderlas ayudar. Gracias.
Yo creo que esa es una sugerencia excelente. Entonces sí, tal vez hacemos como un taller sobre Zoom, de cómo entrar al Zoom y cómo hacer comentarios y cómo ir al canal que tiene la interpretación. So the question or the comment is that sometimes people have issues getting onto Zoom or switching onto the interpretation because they don't know how to do it. And so I told her that's an excellent comment, and maybe we can do some type of a training where we show people how to use this tool for meetings. And
If I may just
yeah.
add, as a good rule of thumb, before every meeting, we should just either prepare a slide before we start the meeting to listen in Spanish. There will be instruction with an icon where to go to listen to. And additionally, we can also verbally explain before the beginning of the meeting, how to navigate there. And may take just a couple of minutes out of our time. I don't know if we need the whole meeting dedicated to that. Just a thought.
That's an excellent comment, Councilmember Hobbs. And then there's one other question in the chat. Why is the grass in front of our houses not trimmed like it used to be by the workers?
I didn't know it was. I believe it's our responsibility, isn't it, Chief, to mow the easement in front of our homes?
Yes, and if it was cut, maybe it was by accident. Normally
That was a nice neighbor.
Yeah, a nice neighbor or a generous public works person, but generally I call it the tree box is responsibility of the property owner.
And just to be clear, the town does own some bits of land around town. So like, for instance, between 40th Place and 41st Avenue, the strip of land that runs there next to Mr. Santos's house, that land is actually Colmar Manor's land. So if you see Colmar Manor mowing that, that's because that's public land. The same is true around the town sign or where the rose bushes and the Christmas tree are in the triangle. And there's a couple of other small places. And of course, the town park, the mayor's park, those are all town property, which the town does take care of. But we have to take care of our own tree boxes or easements or whatever we call it. That's a great question. And I think that's something I've brought up before. That's an area of confusion around town. And it's great to get a chance to clear that up. That's awesome.
Thank you. Are there any other resident comments? If not, I would like to move on to the next agenda item. Okay, if there are no other comments, and if you think of anything else, feel free to contact any one of your council members or the town hall with any other questions, and we'll address them with you via email or in person. Great. The next agenda item is ARPA discussion. So I put this on the agenda because it was something that was brought up in regards to premium pay. And I also wanted to revisit the internet discussion that we ruled out of our last ARPA discussion, but I'd like to put back on the list. But first, I'd like to address the premium pay. So the premium pay question came up with our surrounding towns having received premium pay for COVID. This means that they sometimes were either paid an additional, let's say, $2 to their normal hourly wage, or they were given a bonus. And these are for workers that put themselves in harm's way during the pandemic. And this was a way to thank our town hall staff for showing up and continuing to work during the pandemic. I am not sure what has taken place, and I'm hoping Mr. Baden can help clarify this. I'd like to put, once I get clarity, I'd like to advocate for premium pay to be paid to our town staff. I'll go ahead and pass this over to Mr. Baden.
Yep. So, just to go back through, where we started with the ARPA funds prior to you becoming mayor, we did a poll of the community, we did a poll of the employees and sent out surveys and, developed a list of projects that, projects and programs and use of funds for the ARPA funds. And one at the beginning, that list had premium pay on it. And as we whittled down the list, the council, was in a consensus to remove the premium pay from the list. And I know you're aware of that. So, I guess to get it back on, it doesn't really have to be discussed tonight, other than for you to say that you'd like to revisit it. And then when we have our next more detailed discussion regarding the use of the ARPA funds, just because something's come off, if you want to revisit it, it could go back on, it could be reconsidered, and at that time. So you could either discuss it briefly now, to get consensus of the council, or just get other input, or just let them know that at the next discussion on the ARPA, you'd like to include those back in for discussion.
Mr. Baden, what was done for our workers though? I mean, I know that they were given equipment and allowed to work from home, and our police were given extra pay, were they not?
So yes, to the first question about the equipment being able to work from home. And so no one was without their normal pay during any part of COVID. They were, we worked up a telework schedule for the office employees. Public Works and police, for the most part, continued to work in person. From the CARES Act money that we received back in 2020, there was about a 6-month period from July until December 16th, in which we paid a additional amount to the workers for the not the financial hardship, but just the additional hardship of having to work through those types of conditions. When that money ran out and had to be used by the end of 2020, everyone just went back to the regular pay. Some people still did some teleworking during that time. I can't remember how often, how much, but that was still there. But there was never any additional compensation for premium pay since December 2020. There are other municipalities, the county, that have done some form. When the ARPA funds came out, they have made some allocations, mainly for past service costs. I've actually, been in contact with Mr. Himmler regarding this because one of my other towns was interested in it as well, to see what some of his clients were doing. And he had about 4 municipalities in one county that gave kind of pay, one-time pay for past service, and each one was really under a different type of formula and parameters. And then there is one that is currently giving an hourly amount through the end of this year, and then they're reducing that amount for 6 more months for the remainder of the fiscal year. So different people are doing different things. Some towns aren't doing anything. So, I think the mayor, wanted to revisit it because she didn't get to, voice her opinion originally.
So just to be clear, we're not proposing sending checks to former employees, right? Just people who still currently work for us?
People who currently work for us, I think they know that other towns have received, or other staff from other neighboring towns have received premium pay. And I think it's very important for us to appreciate our employees. And this is something that someone brought up at our staff meeting. And so I want to respect that. And this is not the time to be we're in a different atmosphere. We're in a different environment when it comes to staffing. So I definitely want to make sure that they know that they're appreciated and that we honor the time that they spend here during a pandemic. A lot of people have gotten sick. They continue to get sick. So just want to make sure that we appreciate them. But yes, Mr. Baden, you're saying we put this as a discussion item at our next meeting.
I would say next time we discuss ARPA, it's fair game to bring it back up again if anyone wishes to, as well as any other item that's been taken off at this point until we finalize the ARPA plan. Nothing's set in stone, so you can revise it as much as you want, put things in, take things out, until we allocate the funds for the purposes intended.
Great, thank you. Okay, so my internet discussion is if I could put that on the list to revisit when we talk about ARPA again, I'd like to do that. The next item is the Bates Trucking contract. Mr. Baden, can you take that?
Might not be a good time to discuss that after the last conversations we just had. But let me bring up, share my screen again. So what you see in front of you, and I'll go through it in detail, is a increase that is contractually provided for in the current agreement we have with Bates. So within the agreement itself that was executed, I don't know, 4 years ago, I think it was about 4 years ago, the rates that were agreed to in the contract were based on the tipping fees or the disposal fees at the landfill being $59 a ton. So, the rates that they charged us were based on $59. Last year, around this time, the county, in all their wisdom, decided they would increase the rate last May, which was or it might have even been June, after everyone had adopted their budget and never told anyone. So they basically put a moratorium on the increase until May 1st of this year, which was just last month. And they increased the tipping fees from $59 a ton to $70 a ton. So the analysis that you see in front of you shows the cost increase associated with increasing the cost from $59 a ton to $70 a ton. So under our current agreement that was executed 4 years ago, the cost per house per month is $16.03. So that covers all your trash, recycling, bulk trash, everything. It's estimated that 45% of that cost is associated with the landfill. The other 55% is associated with, labor, overhead, whatever other cost Bates has. So of that 1603, 45% of that would be $7.21. The increase from $59 to $70 is a $11 increase. So if you divide that by the old rate of $59 a ton, that's a 19% increase on the landfill rate. So if you add the old cost of the landfill of $7.21 to the new cost or the additional cost for the increase in landfill, it brings the landfill rate up to $8.58 an hour. You add that back to the other $8.58, which is the 1603 current rate less the 721. That rate doesn't change, and you add them together to get the new rate per house based on the landfill of $17.16. We have 424 houses or properties that Bates services under the contract. So that annual or monthly amount would increase to $7,276. The old rate based on 424 house at 1603 was $6,946, which is a $330 a month increase. And there's 2 months left in the fiscal year, May and June, which would be a total of $660. In addition to that increase of $660 related to the landfill, Bates sent out in March of this year a letter basically stating with the increase in energy price, the increase in fuel costs, it's far exceeded, anything they anticipated, in their original pricing, and is going to be assessing a fuel surcharge based on this formula that you see here. This is just an example. This isn't the town of Colmar Manor. I'm not going to go through it and explain it other than to say it's based on the fuel index for retail on-highway diesel fuel. And, it fluctuates month to month. They'll do this calculation, excuse me, on a monthly basis and then bill the town. This was the letter basically saying there is a increase in the tipping fee. They wanted an increase of $2.78, saying the full 20% cost increase at the landfill allowed them to increase the full cost of their rate. And I corrected them and gave them my analysis, which, they agreed to. So, instead of, what did they say? Well, up by 278, we only went up by $1.37. So they agreed to my figures, and then this was the April bill when because they started charging the fuel surcharge in April. It's $410. This is on our regular bill. So April, May, and June costs, I've estimated, rounded up to $500 a month and said that we need another $1,500. So, we need a budget transfer of $2,160 in the current fiscal year in order to cover the increase at the landfill and the increase in the fuel surcharge. So that is what I would be asking for at this point. So we, could honor our agreement. And, I will point out there is nothing in their contract that says we have to give them a fuel surcharge. They are asking for it as, a business that, is suffering, because of the huge rate. They said most of their other clients have agreed to it. But there is nothing in their contract that obligates us for the fuel surcharge, but there is wording in the language that obligates us to an increase in the landfill rates. So I'll leave it there for discussion, and then we decide what type of motion or what dollar value of motion you want to make.
So I'd like to open this up for discussion. I think we need to have a conversation with Bates. I think that I definitely want to support them, and I want to always support a local small business. But we have issues.
They're not small. Bates is not small.
Okay.
They've got contracts all over the region, all over Northern Virginia. They're not small. They may have started here, but they ain't small. Not anymore.
Well, so can we get anything out of this fuel surcharge, or what's the best practice? Like, you're saying we don't have to pay it, but if we didn't pay it, then what are the consequences?
So contractually, we're obligated for the $660. I mean, that is in their contracts, in the language, you cannot pay it, but you're in breach of contract. The fuel surcharge, I see nothing in the contract that had an escalation charge or tied their price to any index or anything else for fuel. So, at least you need to do is, approve the funding for the 660 so that we could, and the increase to, 1716 per house, because that'll be the same going forward. I would point out that in their contract, they are also eligible for a cost of living increase every year. They've not asked for that in 4 years. They could have, and we know this year the cost of inflation rate is 6 to 8%, depending on, I haven't looked at it recently, but it's been in that range. And past years it's been 3%. So if they wanted to go back over the 4 years, they could say the increase has been probably close to 20%, which they have mentioned that in my conversations with them, that we're due for an increase, but they haven't specifically asked for it. The only thing they've asked for currently is the fuel surcharge and the increase in the tipping fee.
Mr. Baden,
Yes, sir.
can any of this be paid by ARPA?
Well, ARPA funds could be used for any general government purpose. We actually included in the budget an increase in the landfill fee. I'm pretty sure I already included that in there because, I knew it was, I knew we had to pay the landfill fee. Let me just verify how much I put in. But the short answer is yeah, so I increased it from 87,000 a year to 102,000 for waste collection. So I already included increase in there, and it wasn't to be paid out of ARPA funds.
It was not to be paid?
Correct.
Okay. Second of all, did I understand you to say that the contract is up for renewal?
Now, it's got a couple more years. I can't remember I don't have it in front of me, but it's got a couple more years.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My only thing moving forward with this is just another point. This is just another thing to consider us as a town, all of us as residents, in regards to our garbage and living with less trash in our lives, and finding ways to have less trash, produce less trash. So I just kind of want to point that out, how it has a direct effect on, obviously, like our expenses. So, but what say you, Miss Mendoza, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Hobbs?
We've already discussed in the previous sessions. We have met with Bates and discussed some of the issues. I think it would be great for the new mayor to meet with them and to discuss all of these things, and maybe they can justify some of the cost increases. I think if we decide to stick with the Bates as our contractor for garbage and recycling, then we would have to consider the cost increases. Alternatively, we can look for other companies who provide the same services.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza?
So Dan, do we need to vote on this tonight?
I've not paid their their increased billings. I mean, they were entitled to the increase, May 1st. So, and they've been billing the fuel surcharge since April. I think their letter came out, May 18th, and it was effective, I believe, with the April billing, I think is what it said. That's why I included the April billing here to show you the increase. So they're billing it. I'm not paying it because there's not funds budgeted for it. So I'm paying the $6,946, which was the old amount. I'm not paying the $410.51, or I haven't seen the billing for the increase in landfill, but I'm sure it will be on their May bill. But we should honor the contractual portion, is my opinion. And then you can decide what you want to do. Maybe hold off on the fuel surcharge, if you want to, gives you a little pull, and you're not contractually obligated for the surcharge anyway. So, if you want to have something to hold or discuss or consider giving them later, then, that would be the case.
Okay, any more discussion, Councilmember Bowles? Any thoughts?
No, ma'am. I think I think we should do what we're contractually obligated to do. I concur with Councilmember Mendoza. I think it would be great for our new mayor to sit down with Bates. We've had multiple discussions with them over the years, and it's been sort of a dance, you know this, where they come in and we fuss a little bit and they clean up a little bit, and then they get lax, and then we fuss a little bit and they clean up and they bit, and same thing. And recently their complaint was they felt that a lot of the trash in town was actually produced by the citizens and residents, and sort of threw some blame on us, and then made the excuse that it's really hard to hire people who want to work in these kinds of jobs these days. So there's been a lot of discussion over the years, but the problem is, please correct me, Mr. Baden, if I'm wrong, but we just haven't ever been able to beat them on price. Am I correct, Mr. Baden?
That's correct.
I mean, I suggested now there is a small trash company called Jetta that I had become aware of, and them and Birch, which North Brentwood uses. There's also Waste Management. There are a bunch of companies out there that if we really wanted to look into, but we do have 2 years left on this contract. So I guess I just would say I'm echoing Councilmember Mendoza. I think we should pay the obligated amount, and then I would suggest that you sit down with them and set the tone for the new administration's relationship with them, and let's see how we do moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to request a motion to honor our contract and delay the payment of the increase in fuel. Am I doing that right?
Yep. Yes, and transfer $660 from unreserved funds to the waste collection line item.
Yes, and transfer over the funds needed as a balance transfer, which is in the amount of $660. $660.
So the motion would be to transfer that amount from unreserved funds to the waste management line item.
Yes.
I'll make that motion as stated, Mr. Baden and Mayor.
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll second that.
Thank you. So I would like to take a vote. So Ward 1.
Ward 1.
Absent.
Ward 2.
Aye.
Ward 3.
Aye.
Ward 4.
Aye.
And Mayor votes aye.
Mayor, the record should show that there are at least 4 votes in the affirmative because this is a transfer of funds in the budget. And I so note it.
Thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda is the Port Town Transportation Vans. Again, I'll turn this over to Mr. Baden.
Yeah, moving along tonight. So there is nothing to view for this item, but wanted to give everyone an update on where we are with the vans that we have for the Port Town transportation system. So as you're aware, we purchased the used 2015 vehicle from the town of University Park, a 2016 vehicle from the town of University Park. About a month ago, we have taken control, what's the word? Control of the vehicle, and we had it detailed this past week. So, it looks really nice. We're waiting to get our 2008 vehicle back out of the shop, which was having some major work done to it. As you remember, the 2008 vehicle that we currently own, or that we currently have, and the 2003 vehicle are owned by the county. By buying the newer bus from University Park, we were going to give back the older bus to the county so that we would have the 2008 bus owned by the county and the new bus owned by the town. In my conversations with the coordinator for the program with the county, whereby we have to provide services to handicapped and senior citizens and handicapped individuals, and we have to provide record keeping and statistical information to them. He asked me, when I told him that we were returning the 2000 vehicle, he said, why don't you just buy the 2008 vehicle from us for $1 and be out of the program altogether? And I asked him, I said, is there any possibility that you all will be getting new vans? We used to get them about every 8 to 10 years. And this is, was really all the towns that operate the SSTAP program through the county. So every 8 to 10 years, you get a new bus. Well, we haven't got one since 2008. None of the other towns that I work for have gotten them, in the last 10 years. And he said, well, you can't rule it out, but, it hasn't happened recently. So, I take that to mean it's probably not going to happen. But even if it does, we could still apply again, down the road if those opportunities come up, because they send the notices, and they're required to by the program to all the municipalities, whether you participate in the program or not. So all that's to say, they are offering for us to buy the 2008 vehicle for $1. It then becomes property of the town. We decide to sell it at some future point. We would get the proceeds for it. So we would own the 2008 vehicle outright, and we would own the one we just purchased outright, which really opens up the use of those vans. So we would not be tied into the parameters of the SSTAP program anymore, because we would be out of it. I would think we would continue our relationship for now with Bladensburg, but it does give us more latitude going forward as to what you want to do with those buses. And we would have 2 buses in, pretty good shape, to do something with. And if at some point you don't ever, you want to get rid of them, we could sell them, and we would, receive the proceeds from those sales. So it'd be my recommendation that we accept the offer from the county and purchase the 2008 vehicle for $1 and return the 2003 vehicle back to them, because it's not in that good a shape.
Mayor, have you spoken with Delegate Fennell on this issue? So the only thing I'll throw in, Mr. Baden, is at a recent gathering at which the delegate was present, I mentioned that we had purchased a vehicle from University Park, and she rather adamantly said, don't do that. I can get you one for $1. So the only reason I bring that up is if she could get us one for $1 that is significantly newer than 2008, even if it kept us in the program, it might get us a slightly better bus, unless you think this recent repair has put this bus in such fine fettle that it doesn't matter its age. I hear what you're saying, and I think you're making a lot of sense, but I just wanted to throw that in there because that statement was made by our delegate, and I didn't know whether we should reach out on that issue or not before we take action on this.
Well, I actually, would have a little different point of view. If they're going to give it to us for $1 and it's worth, say, 15,000, even if we bought it tomorrow and sold it next month, we make 15 grand on it. So,
and if we exit the program, we're not in violation of anything. It's our property to do with as we wish.
Right.
No, I hear what you're saying. I was just trying to think if we've had the conversation now a couple of times about expanding the program locally to do more than just the seniors. And if that's the case, then I'm really attracted to the option of exiting the program's strictures. But if we could get an even better van for $1, I'm almost willing to go back into that deal just to get a better van. So that's just all I'll throw in there, but those are my 2 cents worth there.
Mr. Baden, may I inquire whether the van that Councilmember Bowles is speaking of and the van that you spoke of, each for $1, are one and the same?
No, they're 2 different vehicles. The one that he's referring to is he had a conversation with Delegate Fennell recently, and she said, if you, maybe you could say it better, Doug, that she had a program whereby she could have gotten us a vehicle for $1, which was brand new, I think.
Well, she didn't say that. No, she said, don't go buying a vehicle. I can get you one for $1 through the county. So it sounds like the same program that we've been in. My concern was if it's the same program, but it's a 2013 or a 2016, if it's a newer van with less mileage on it and less wear and tear, would it be worthwhile to stay in the program to get a $1 van that's much newer? And again, it would have, it would be more useful longer, but.
Yep, if it is the same program, so the parameters, if I recall them correctly from the past, is that the county is able to surplus a vehicle if it has reached the end of its useful life.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, right. And so this vehicle, the 2008, is obviously, they determine useful life 10 years and 175,000 miles. Now, this vehicle has, it's 14 years old, the 2008, and has 99,000 miles. And I said, well, how are you going to, well, he asked me the question. He says, what kind of shape is the vehicle in and does it need any work? And of course, I asked him the question back, why are you asking me that question? Because that might depend on my answer. And he said, well, it hasn't reached its useful life and we need authority from the state because the programs run through the county, from the state through the county. And he said, it hasn't reached its useful life on age, but if it has repairs and work that needs to be done to it, I said, over the last 4 years, we put $52,000 into the 2003 and the 2008, and it's currently in the shop for another $4,000 or $5,000 worth of work now. He says, that's great information. I could really use that in order to substantiate to the state why we should sell that vehicle to you now, even though it hasn't outlived its useful life. So that's the criteria. 175,000 miles in 10 years is, what the criteria is, but apparently there is some wiggle room with that based on circumstances.
I like getting the van for $1. I have a 2011 Toyota Yaris that has 230 miles on it. So I would say I would say yes. I would vote yes. Or is there any other discussion that we need to have? Like, what do you think, Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Hobbs?
So are we invested already in this previous purchase, and how far are we in this agreement?
For the 2008 for $1?
Yes.
No, we haven't, we're not up. That's what I'm asking you for the authority to do, because it's a purchase of a, a vehicle. So before I could do that, I would need your approval to do that.
Can we get it for 75 cents?
I'm sure the dollar is just valuable consideration to make it a binding contract, right, John?
Right.
But can we get it for, will they pay us $1 to take it off their hands? That's the real question. But the bus from University Park, we've taken possession of that. That's been detailed. We got that one.
Detailed, and I think it's been lettered. It was as of last Thursday. That's all that needed to be done to it. And then I was waiting to get the 2008 back, because we're taking the 2000. We were giving the 2003 back to the county, so I was waiting to get the 2008 back from the shop before we put the University Park one in service.
Mr. Baden, it seems to me that you've made an agreement that's a no-brainer. Even if the 2008 bus stalls at the front door of the town hall community center, we can have it junked and hauled away, and the metal value alone is worth more than $1, so it's absolutely no loss. And I think you've created a win-win situation, and I would recommend to the mayor and council that they go forward with your recommendation, assuming we have the dollar in the budget, the previous budget, existing budget.
I'd like to make a motion to transfer $1 from John Barr's wallet to buy this bus. Sorry. Sorry.
Thank you, Doug. All donations are greatly appreciated.
I was taking $1 from you, Mr. Barr, not giving it to you.
Oh,
Councilmember
you're taking
Mendoza?
$1 from my wallet.
Yes, that was.
I'm more than happy to donate that $1.
What about Councilmember Mendoza? She's quiet over there.
Oh, no, I agree. I'm ready to vote. I agree. We should buy this dollar bus.
Is that a motion?
Okay, so
I'll make that motion.
Just think about it. We get to charge Bladensburg 85% of that. So they'll be paying 85 cents.
We're getting the bus for 15 cents. My God.
If we keep talking about it, it might get cheaper.
I know. So Councilmember, you made a motion?
Yes.
All right, I will second that motion. Councilmember Bowles, Ward 3.
great. So let's take a vote. Ward 1,
Absent.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4,
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Thank you, Mr. Baden. Thank you for getting us that great deal. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with it. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is, okay, so it's me, it's opening the town hall. So I don't know if we're open, I don't know if we're closed. We're renting the place out. It's booked most Fridays and Saturday nights. So I don't understand. It feels like we're open, but I also want to make sure that the staff is safe. So I'd like to open this up for discussion and just declare what we're doing with the space. People want to use the town hall. I know that there are some people that are still being very cautious. But I'd like to hear what everyone else thinks and figure this out. anyone but Doug right now, please. Any, Melinda.
I still like the idea of keeping your mask on at the town hall. If we can keep that up.
I'm going to repeat myself. I already mentioned that the rates has been going up with COVID, and I would also agree with keeping the mask mandates on within the town hall.
Mr. Bowles?
Oh, okay. I think that I fully believe that I acquired this virus at town hall. And we've been talking earlier about how just about everybody up there on our staff has gotten it. And because we have a central air blower, that means that this very, very, very contagious virus is blowing throughout that building. So I know in conversations with our circuit rider, Miss Jackie, she mentioned that Brentwood or North Brentwood had invested in a cleaning unit for the central unit. And I'm highly in favor of fitting the town hall with a better, if there's a way to get a better level of sort of HEPA filter or whatever needs to happen on the central unit. And I mentioned this as well before, that some of our smaller offices, I think in addition to that, should probably also have individual cleaning devices, and I think going forward with this pandemic the way it is, it's probably just a fact of life. So I'm fine with opening the building, but there's two things I think the building desperately needs. One is a deep, thorough clean. In February, it was either January or February, correct me, council members if I'm wrong, but Councilmember Harding had proposed a regular monthly cleaning by a professional company. Since our public works is such a small department. And we had talked about it, but I don't think we passed anything on that. So the town needs to be able to rent the facility, but I'm very concerned that everybody be as safe as humanly possible, and especially our mayor and staff who are there so much and have been sickened already. So my concern is that I think the building could potentially be a spreader at this point, and I think if there's a way to improve our air system before we go full bore into rentals, again, I don't know if there's a way to do that. That's just my thinking on it. We need to open, but I know that the basketball team that was there the other day, I saw no masks. Nobody was wearing masks on Saturday. The doors were wide open. We also didn't have a watcher on Saturday, guys, so we got to watch that because that's a liability issue. So if people are going to use the building, then we have to have somebody there at all times that can enforce this. Our former mayor brought up to us, Mayor Casañas, before she left, that she felt that it was impossible for a single employee to actually enforce a masking mandate inside the building because people would ignore them and all of that. I don't know where you stand on that, but if we have the policy of masking, then the persons who are watching the building need to be firm enough to insist upon it. Those are my concerns. I think the building should be open, but I want everybody to be safe.
I agree with you, and I have seen at certain functions of the town hall where there was a watcher, and I nudged the watcher because I saw people coming in that did not have a mask on. I nudged the watcher and said, can you please remind people to put their masks on? And this watcher in particular was no joke. Everyone that came to that window, if they did not have a mask on, got a very swift warning, put your mask on.
Good.
And they put their mask on. And I was kind of shocked because I'm like, oh God, I better put my mask on. So yes, I think everyone that comes into the town hall needs to wear a mask. I think we have some signage up, but I think we need to make sure that whoever rents the space, the first page on that contract is you have to wear a mask when you're here. I get it when you're eating, when you're drinking, you know, you have to take your mask down to eat and whatnot, but all the other times put your mask on, because if not, you're going to get our staff sick. And we're a very small town that's working with a bare bone staff right now. We can't afford to get people sick. So I think putting that in the contract, putting the signage up, doing some videos or whatever to inform all of our residents that when they come to the town hall, please put your mask on, I think would be good things. And these are some steps to open the building back up. As far as watchers are concerned and our processes around the hall rental, space usage, we need to look at that. We really need to look at that. I don't know what the process is. I don't know who approves what. I don't know how watchers are assigned. Well, I kind of know, but I think there needs to be a process the council needs to be involved with. And I think that we need to get a report of all the events that take place. And this report should be given to council, or should be made public on our website, because these are people that are taking away space from our residents. So again, I'm just going to say, we really need to look at all of this. This is kind of a mess right now. And we really need to clean it up. As far as the cleanliness of the town hall, that's one of the agenda items, I think I did the deep clean. I would like to request a deep clean of our town hall, but that is going to be pricey. Just giving you a heads up, it's going to cost us money. So I had someone walk in. My goal is to always hire someone that's local, that lives in town. First, priority is given to them. And then we can look outside of the town. So there's a person that lives in town that has a business sanitizing. And so they came, they showed me the carpets, the floors, the walls, the vents, the doors, the bleachers, the gym, the kitchen. This town hall is dirty. It's really dirty. And I think I'm paying a little bit more attention now, but like our walls are all scuffed up. So I commend our public works for cleaning the space. However, I think this may be out of their scope. And I think we need to get a deep cleaning company to come in here, clean this place from top to bottom, and then train our public works on how to do this. We need a reset button. We're having the summer camp start on the 23rd of June. I don't think I have enough time. I mean, we have enough time to hire a company to come in here, but it would be good to get a couple of bids. I don't know if I have enough time to get a couple of bids. I don't have the time to get a couple of bids. So I don't know if any council member wants to, maybe one council member gets a bid from wherever, and we get 3 bids together, and then we could strive to have this deep clean before the kids get here. But yeah, we need a deep clean.
It's also.
So sorry.
It would be appropriate for you to ask, sorry, it would be appropriate for you to ask Mr. Baden to get bids for that. And perhaps even Mr. Gorham, who's head of Public Works, might have ideas, but and also speak with Councilmember Harding, because he had actually proposed some companies back in winter. So that might complete your process right there. He may have already done the work.
So it's looking like anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000.
That's not surprising.
Mr. Baden, any thoughts?
No, I agree with everything that was said. You all just need to allocate the funding. So, if we're going to go out and get pricing, it's not going to be done before the kids get there, because it's going to take a little while, and then we're going to have to convene again in order to, choose who it is and the pricing and, the funding for it. So, if you want to skip pricing, we can do that. I'd say it'd be brought back for the, July meeting.
Mr. Baden, have you spoken with Ms. Goodall about that central system? Do you know if she's speaking of just a higher level filter being attached, or is it a device that would need to be attached to the central unit?
I've not talked to her about it. I've heard about them. I don't know the specifics related to it. I believe it's some type of ultraviolet light that hooks up through your filtration system. I'm sure the Spartan who maintains our systems probably has, those types of units that they sell to their clients. So, we could get pricing on those and get pricing on the cleaning and bring them both back to the next meeting, for consideration might be the best thing. So you have, definitive information to work off of.
Yeah, and just to lump it all together with, I'm proposing that we close the office down for 2 days. 2 deep clean, 2 repaint. I am also wanting to just reorganize our front office. Get rid of a lot of things that are in that office. I've started collecting quotes on digitizing and scanning all of our files. That looks like it's going to be another $3,000. I know that Ms. Goodall gave me a record retention policy. Ideally, I would like to wait for a town administrator to come in and handle that, but honestly, like, I just want to get everything organized. And I don't know when we're going to get a town administrator. I mean, I hope we can get the town administrator in the next 3 months, but we have files, tons and tons of files everywhere. It's mind-boggling. And so I want to close down the building to reorganize our front office and then scan or prepare our office to offload documents that can be scanned. Someone proposed, actually Ms. Linda proposed, that we get a shredding company for the community because people like that. So that could be a part of the 2-day closing of the building. I think that we would need a plan in place, like a cleaning schedule and then a building closing plan in place that I would have everyone review. But if anyone can help me create that, I was thinking September. And September might also be the time, well, we might be lumping too many things together because that might also be the time where we put a pause on hall rentals. Anyways, I'm sorry?
That's a whole lot.
I know.
That's a lot of planning, a lot of purchasing, a lot of action, a lot of people, and needs a detailed, comprehensive plan to do everything that you said. I mean, I agree with it. Those things need to be done. But I think I think we really need to spend some time planning on how that all comes together. Like, I would say, to me, one of the first things would be pass the retention plan, because you probably don't need to scan 90% of what we have in the office, because most of what's in those drawers in the front office could all be thrown out. Once you put your retention plan in place, it's a lot of general correspondence that are, put into a bunch of files, which no one's ever referred back to. So why are we keeping them? So, I think you really need to decide what you want to keep. So retention plan would be one of the first things I would go with, as well as developing the plans to clean the building. One of the things that we also had in the ARPA plan was to paint the entire inside. So, that comes with the approval of the ARPA plan. So I think we have a lot of these things starting to be in the works. And as much as we'd like to get them done tomorrow, I think the proper way would be to plan that a little better.
Okay, I agree. But the motion, I would like to press the motion of the opening up of the building with COVID masking requirements and education. So would anyone take that. Motion.
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll make that motion stated.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Can someone repeat what that is that we're doing? I'm sorry, I didn't write it down.
We're opening the building back up with strict masking requirement and education around our masking requirement in the building.
So does that mean for recreation activities, open gym, we're opening it up to all activities again? Because it's currently closed for, we used to have open gym, people, come in and use it. We had volleyball groups that came in. So is that what we mean by opening? It's totally open? Okay.
That's what I mean, yes. I mean, the gym's being used right now. The hall is being rented out and used. So I don't really know what the difference is. So yes, let me take a vote.
Madam
So
Mayor, Madam Mayor, may I? You don't have a date. When? Next week, next month? Next year?
as of tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Actually, no, not as of tomorrow, because we need to create a document and make sure that, okay, so let me take a look at a calendar.
Next week
So
we'll have
yeah, so I would say probably thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Barr. 4th of July.
1st of July, beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, 1st of July.
And implied in all of this, Mayor, is that there will always be a watchman present for all events.
That's part of us sitting down and talking about processes for these events.
The liability of having a group in that building without any oversight is, that's very frightening to me.
Well, so this weekend with the situation that happened on Saturday, what I've been made aware of is that there is an event taking place Saturday evening. And so the people that were renting the space came in to start setting up for the event that evening. However, I also know about the people that were in the gym and that they weren't masked. So I'm assuming that the people that were in the gym that weren't masked were spectators, not the people that were actually playing basketball. So that is definitely an issue. And I think this whole watchman thing, I need to get a better grasp on it. But that's all part of this process of renting out the town hall. Like, we need to get watchmen in place. I don't know if this is like I don't know how that works. Mr. Baden, do you have any information on the role of watchmen? Like, is that part that people pay for that when they reserve space, don't they?
It's mainly to have someone watch over the events, make sure, the renters are able to get in, that they have the, proper, supplies that they need, access to the buildings that they need to, and that if any, situations come up that, needs the attention, the heat's not working, they need something, they're there for that. If they're overloading the gym, they, call the police. If they're, if security's needed because they're serving alcohol, then they make sure, the security shows up, is there. Then at the end of the event, they go through a checklist with the renter, walks through the building. They agree, everything is correct or taken care of that's on the checklist. If it's not, it's noted. And then they put the paperwork through for reimbursement of the deposit if everything's in order. So
Mr. Baden, just for clarity, the watcher is an employee of the town paid for by the renter.
Paid for by the town, but the renter is charged a watchman fee in their agreement. So the watchman pays the town pays the renter pays the town pays the watchman through their normal payroll process.
And that person being an employee of the town covers our liability with our insurance company.
Correct.
Right, that was the concern Saturday, is that the building had been open for this group, but there was no employee of the town overseeing their activities. So
Right.
the building was open without any, so there was, for me, the problem is they were not masked and there's a liability issue there. And if somebody's hurt and, you know, so.
Right, and there are users of the building, you know, such as the churches that, you know, rent out on Sunday that have a key to the building. They have access to opening, closing it, and there is no watch person for that.
How are we covered insurance wise without having anybody?
They're supposed to provide their insurance certificates. You know, the recurring ones, we have certificates of insurance for them. You know, it used to be, I don't know if it still is, because I don't, you know, do the actual paperwork, but you could get a day insurance policy, and we directed people where they get that from. My guess is probably not being done. You know, so they could either get a rider on their own policy, or they could take out a policy through a third party that the town refers them to, is the way it used to be.
These are the things that are concerning to me, Mayor, is that the liability issues and all of that, they should have their insurance policies together if they're using our.
This whole process needs to be like looked at and restructured. Right now, it's the wild, wild west. Anybody that has the money and wants to come in and rent a space, they got it. And it generates revenue for us. I get it. But I also agree, like, it's a huge liability issue. I don't know who's watching what. We don't have any type of reporting system, nothing. And we can't right now because we don't have the staff for it. And then, so then I need to get involved, and I don't want to get involved. I need a town administrator. That's who's going to be doing all of this.
So
It may
now we
happen
have
faster than you think. I mean, I think if you talk to local town administrators and go to MML, I bet you we can find a TA faster than 6 months, a lot faster.
Yeah, well, we'd advertise now, you all pass the ad, so, you know, I'd say advertise it. I mean, you still have someone look over the job description. We could change it when someone's hired, but, you know, or, you know, that's the other duties as required, so.
Well, we can say to that person, hey, you know, you're re-inaugurating a position the town hasn't had for 30 years. You know, part of what we're expecting from you is to helping us, you know, redefine this position for our town. So
yeah,
maybe that's too loose for employment, but that's what I'm thinking.
So are we doing to take the vote on this to open the town hall by Joe?
Just a minute, Mayor. You have to amend the motion.
Okay.
The maker has to agree to it July 1st, and the seconder has to agree to July 1st, 2022 as the day we will open the building.
That was Mendoza and Hobbs that made and seconded the motion. Did you all agree to the amendment with the July 1st?
Yes, I make that motion to.
No.
add-
I wish to amend my motion
I wish to amend my motion
to July 1st.
to July 1st,
And is that
2022.
Councilmember Hobbs, is that acceptable to you as the seconder?
It is acceptable to me. I'll second that.
Thank you. Mayor, you may take your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. I would like to request a vote on this. So Ward 1,
Absent.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4,
Aye.
and Mayor votes aye. I don't know why I'm always going like, I'm the mayor, I guess I'm voting aye.
You are.
Okay, thank you. I think the town will be happy, but again, please, everyone that's watching, anyone that wants to spread the word, we're opening the building up, but very strict masking policies, please. Anyone that rents a building, masking policies. We don't want to get our staff sick, and we don't want to spread this within our town. So thank you. Next item was upcoming town events. Just a reminder that we have a couple of awesome events coming up. One of them is Juneteenth on June 17th, which is a Friday night from 6 to 9 p.m. Next to the KFC lot. I am requesting vendors come, and we have a couple of food trucks that might be there. And then we have our DJ Lawrence, who lives on Lawrence, who will be there. As of now, I don't have any vendors, so I'm getting a little nervous, but I do have food trucks. I actually won't be here for Juneteenth. So I'm asking Lawrence on Lawrence and another gentleman that lives in Cottage City, Mr. Frazier, along with our recreation committee to help coordinate this. Since I won't be here, I'll be at Legoland with my daughter who's turning 4. So that's the event that's taking place, and I'm super excited. Hopefully it'll be a success to honor and celebrate Juneteenth. The next event is, actually, I'll let Councilmember Hobbs talk about the next event.
Thank you, Mayor. Next event is on June 21st. It is a joint Brentwood and Colmar Manor business networking event. It will take place at the IHOP from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. So everybody's welcome to, it's free event. Everybody's welcome to come, join, meet, and mingle. All the entrepreneurs, businesses in town are welcome to join. The goal is to create a business registry for entrepreneurs, again, sole proprietors operating in town, so we can tap into that resource that we have available and start from those people residing in our communities. Thank you.
What's the date again, Councilmember? I'm sorry.
June 21st, that is a Tuesday, and it's early in the morning, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
At Town Hall?
No, IHOP.
IHOP, thank you. I'm sorry. I missed it somehow.
Mimosas.
Not yet.
I think not yet. Saturdays, I believe they said once a week, maybe. We'll find out.
So this is just a reminder that I put in the newsletter that anyone that owns a business, we want to start a Colmar Manor directory. So I haven't received any calls yet, but please, if you have a small business, any business, if you're a DJ, a party planner, you own a food truck, you're a contractor, you're a plumber, electrician, you clean houses, anything, please make sure to contact us so we can put you in the business directory. My hope was to print this directory and have it available for the IHOP event. I'm not sure if we'll get there, but this is my push. Please tell your neighbors. We have a business directory that's coming. Mr. Lusk has agreed to print the directory. And so my grand idea is to not only have our newsletter available at the Port Town Shopping Center, but also our business directory. So people who visit our town will have the newsletter and a directory with all of our small business owners that live in town. The next event that's coming up is July 4th. So Bladensburg is bringing back their fireworks, and they're gonna have an amazing setup at the Bladensburg waterfront with food and face painting and a DJ and music. I am interested in coordinating something for our town residents. At the recreation meeting, I stepped away, Councilmember Mendoza. Did we decide on where we wanted to try to gather people? My idea was to have it at the basketball court next to the watershed hill, but I don't know if I was voted down.
I know there were a lot of things that were getting thrown out there. You brought up the basketball court. Former council member Blue was talking about on the back of the town hall and the space there. I think somebody even brought up the park at Monroe Park. So I don't think there was a conclusion on, or I think everybody's just gonna be everywhere in the town.
Chief, do you remember what, no?
I ducked out in the middle of that conversation, but I think they were taking a vote, and when I left, the vote seemed to be towards the basketball court on Newark. But again, I left in the middle of that conversation, so it may have changed. One second.
All right, well, I'll double check with the recreation committee. I'm pushing for the basketball court. I'm inviting everyone to bring their chairs. Maybe we'll have some people making some hot dogs, and then we just hang out together and watch the fireworks. It's just a great way to meet your neighbors and just to hang out. And we're advocating anybody that wants to go to the waterfront to watch the fireworks, don't take your car. It's going to be crazy. Walk. It's going to be a beautiful night. Just consider walking over. It's right there. And I think that's it. Do you have anything to add to that, Chief Stone?
I think you said July 4th, but it's actually July 1st, the Friday, with July 2nd, the Saturday, as a rain date.
Yes, sir. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, so I think that's it for the upcoming town events. Just refer to the calendar in the newsletter. I know that there are a lot of art activities that are coming up for the kids, and they really seem to love that, as well as the adults. So I'll go on to the next item, which is code.
Before you go
Yes.
on, I received notification from Vivian Jackson yesterday that since the Pride celebration was delayed at the beginning of the month, the Garden Club is hosting a Pride Sip and Paint on Friday, the 24th of June from 6 to 8. And so we're inviting any and all residents of Colmar Manor who are LGBTQ plus IA and all advocates and allies to come. And it's kind of a low-key event for us this year. I'm going to state publicly here that I'm going to start reaching out to the town managers of some of our other shared port towns, because I think next year it would be really great to have a port towns wide Pride, perhaps at the waterfront, with the participation of Bladensburg, Cottage City, and Edmonston. But for this year, I kind of got behind the 8 ball. I got ill. And so former council member Jackson, who's the head of our rec council, has brought this idea up. It's low key, it's really cool. And I'm just saying now, if there's anybody that would like to come and sort of just share a little testimonial about your journey coming out as a gay person, or your journey as someone who loves a person who is LGBTQIA or trans, well, that's included. Please come and let's have a nice low key family moment to sip some wine, make some art, and reaffirm our love for everybody, regardless of what our orientation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I don't know why you're saying it's low key. It's not low key if there's wine involved.
Well, there's not a DJ and dancing and ribbons, but maybe by then, who knows? We got 3 weeks.
Thank you so much. So yeah, the next item on the agenda is code enforcement. So there are a couple things under code enforcement that I wanted to bring up. Do we need to have a closed session for this, or can we just discuss it, Chief Stone?
I think
And
we're
Mr.
okay to we're okay to discuss these next couple topics open.
Okay, so for code enforcement, we share code enforcement with Cottage City. I met with the chief from Cottage City along with their town manager or town administrator. In regards to code enforcement, because he's a shared employee, I always want to make sure that person feels comfortable bringing up any grievances that they may have. And I want to make sure that the lines of, council involved with code enforcement, mayor involved with code enforcement are just separated. I've just heard some disturbing things that really bothered me and broke my heart when it came to our code enforcement. And so we're codifying, obviously, a grievance process in our agreement with code enforcement. I don't know I don't think we've shared it with council yet. Do we need to share it with our council members?
Yeah, if I can add, just talk a little bit further about it. One, we skipped number 16, but we can go back to that. But on 17, it's we have a an agreement with the town of Cottage City, and that agreement was crafted in 2018 at a time where we shared a police chief. And that had a built-in expiration that it renewed 3 times and then expired. That expiration comes up in July. So there's a need to revisit that in the first place. And because we don't any longer share a police chief when it comes to a grievance or disciplinary or problems, that the agreement signed in 2018 really doesn't apply to that. And Cottage City asked, let's formalize it to where if there's an issue in Colmar Manor, how it's dealt with, and an issue in Cottage City, how it's dealt with. Cottage City has submitted a proposal or redrafted that, and that just came through today. So it's I don't know that we're in a position to go forward with this tonight, but I think we're probably at a position to at least share it with the council. And maybe I know it's been given to Mr. Barr, but it was really late in the day. I don't know that he's had an opportunity to review it.
He hasn't.
Okay. Mr. Baden has and didn't have any issues with it. I don't see any glaring issues with it, but I don't have attorney eyes either. So probably something that we can table to the next meeting, but we'll can share it with the council until then.
Mr. Excuse me, Madam Mayor, Chief Stone and Mr. Baden, if the 3 of you or if 2 of you, the chief and Mr. Baden, have seen the agreement, I have no objection to it being approved unless they have some major objection, subject to my review, so that we can get this thing signed this month before it expires. If that's okay with you, Chief.
Yeah, the expiration is actually mid-July, so we'll have until then. If we go to the next meeting, have everybody take a good look at it. I don't think that there'll be an issue. And the date of effectiveness in the proposed is July 25th. So there's
that would be fine. As you said before, I haven't seen it. I'd like to see it before it's approved, unless there's a caveat that says that I can say, wait a minute, folks, let's talk about this issue. But without that situation being present, I'd like to review it. I'll come back to the mayor and council in July and give you my thoughts, and hopefully I won't have any.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Sorry, Mr. Bowles, you said something, but you were on mute.
So sorry. I was asking if, just since the point has been brought up, if the chief could give us a thumbnail sketch. I'm assuming that since he works for 2 municipalities, he needs 2 separate avenues for grievance. Should something happen here, he's not going to go to his supervisors in Cottage City. So can you, Chief Tracy, just sort of give us a quick summary of what it is that's being proposed?
Yes, very briefly, if it something in Colmar Manor, he'd bring it to our attention, or say if he had an issue, he'd bring it to us, and then we confer, chief of police to chief of police, or town administrator to town administrator, and attempt to resolve it. And if the town of our town has a problem with the code enforcement officer, we can go to chief of police, town administrator, and work it out that way.
So if, let's say, and this would never happen in a million years, but let's say that you were this awful ogre of a chief and he wanted to complain about you, you're suggesting his next avenue would then be the town administrator, not the mayor and council?
Correct. And between the 2 towns.
Okay. So
I guess that, to me, I guess that isn't specific in there, but we'd have to figure that one out. But
Well, we figured out, and I think the proposal was to have like a committee, so that it wouldn't go directly to mayor and council, but it would be a select group of, council people or commissioners or whatever, just to protect the employee. Because there have been some situations where the employee was put in difficult situations where he didn't feel comfortable going to his direct supervisor or to, anyways, point is that I think it's a shared duty between the two towns. And in addition to that, in addition to establishing a committee, there's also a review process, because I don't think that there was a review process. So checking in with both towns on a quarterly basis to make sure that everything was
Mayor,
okay.
I don't think that's correct. I think the personnel regulations as adopted long time ago and as amended to date do not, they provide for a grievance process, which may be used by an employee, but you first got to go through your supervisor. And then from your supervisor, I believe you go to the mayor and council. So, yeah.
Does it have to be that way?
Pardon me?
Does it have to go to mayor and council? Can it be changed?
We changed the personnel regulations. This
Yeah.
employee is a unique employee because they are not a Colmar Manor employee. They are a Cottage City employee under the terms of the contract. And I believe that is continued. Is it not, Chief?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct. And that's what brought this up really, is that as an employee of the town of Cottage City, how do we apply personnel matters? And I think we should all review it carefully.
Yeah, it's something we can't answer immediately. I will look in the contract. I presume that Mr. Best, the Cottage City attorney, when he rewrote it, left those portions that didn't have to be changed unchanged. Am I right, Chief?
Yes.
Yes.
Seems much more.
Chief Stone.
It's the proposed agreement is much more concise than the previous one, it appears to me.
Okay, thank you. So let me get a look at it. We'll discuss it at the next work session in July and go forward from that work session to approving it or not approving it. It's not a matter that has to be done in general session. I'll be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Okay, and following up with that, MML for code
For
enforcement.
the code officer, as we discussed, our code enforcement officer is formally, officially shared between Colmar Manor and Cottage City on a full-time basis. He also works part-time at Chevrolet. I'm not quite sure how this discussion came up, but it was brought to me recently that he has an opportunity to attend MML later on this month in Ocean City. And the three towns paying for it. Chevrolet has agreed to it. I've agreed to it, but I need to run it past the council, and Cottage City, I believe it's in the process of agreeing to that. It really gives him a networking opportunity, some professional development opportunity, and he'll also be attending and entering into the Academy of Excellence, which some of the council members may be familiar with, where you go to the classes which teach all about municipal government. The total expenditure for us, for each municipality, is $585.61. We do have enough money in the current budget. You won't have to transfer any funds, but it's kind of just an unusual arrangement, and would like to run it past the council for your consensus or approval.
Why wouldn't Cottage City just pay for it and bill us our 50%? Because that's what our agreement says. Why are we paying something separate?
believe it came through Chevrolet is my assumption here, but it'd be a third as opposed to a half.
Right, but he's an employee of Cottage City, and we don't pay for any of his other expenses related to his services to Colmar Manor. They're all billed from Cottage City to Colmar Manor, so why would we pay for this? And not be billed by Cottage City? Why do we have to get involved at all? They just bill us for 50% of the cost of whatever it is. So you're dividing it a third, then tell Mr. Ayers to bill us for half of the, whatever it comes to, 585.
I don't know that Chevrolet has already made the payment. However, we did receive an invoice from Chevrolet for the third.
I mean, it's kind of the same thing though, isn't it, Mr. Baden? It's just that we would be getting billed from Cottage City.
Well, Cottage City's administering the the code enforcement officer position and charging us 3%. So let them do their job. Why do we need to do their job for them? That's they wanted that job, so give it to them.
I don't know where it came from. I assume it came with the suggestion perhaps from Chevrolet, and it came together that route.
So can we ask Chevrolet to bill Cottage City and then just ask Cottage City to bill us?
I could do that. I don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, so this is something totally separate now. So now we have our code officer that is now being given a benefit from Chevrolet and asking us to pay for it. So it's outside of our agreement with Cottage City is what I'm now hearing.
Well, what I'm also hearing is that we have a gentleman who is working for 3 towns, and I don't know, and no one has explained how he finds time to work for the 3rd town.
He works 60 hours a week.
I know that, but he's working for us from 9 to 5, I assume.
No, he's only doing 20 hours a week, John.
Yeah, but us being Cottage City and Colmar Manor. Now, how many hours a week did you say he's working for us?
20.
20?
20 for us, 20 for Cottage City, 20 for Chevrolet.
Oh, so he's working 60 hours a week.
Yeah, and he's under 30, so he can get away with it. Dan, I'm inclined to lean in your direction. I say keep this thing as clean as possible. Our agreements with Cottage City, why don't we just pay Cottage City and let them deal with Chevrolet?
I agree with Mr. Bowles. The simpler the better.
What's your hesitation, Chief Stone? Because I would vote yes to allocate $500 from to go to Cottage City, to go to Ocean City. But what's your hesitation, Chief?
At present, and I don't know if Chevrolet has paid the bill. I don't know that they have essentially, I'm going to say quotes, billed us a third. The simplest way is to pay Chevrolet the third and call it a day. That's the simplest way, in my opinion.
I'd agree with that. I thought it was coming through Cottage City, but now we got a third
Coming
party
through.
involved. Cottage City or Chevrolet's now footing that entire bill, which is totally separate from our agreement with Cottage City.
I'm going to assume that they have paid. If not, the invoice that I have received, it has it divided into a third, and it specifies lodging divided by 3, the MML registration fee divided by 3, the Academy of Excellence divided by 3, coming up to a total for each municipality of $585.61 to be paid to Chevrolet.
If you want to do it, just do that. We'll pay Chevrolet. I mean, we got a separate line item for code enforcement expense, and the budget is separate from the shared costs. So we could take it from there.
So this won't show in our budget as training. It'll show as some other kind of expense.
It'll show as code enforcement. There's a separate budget line item of $3,000. So we have one line item, 5626 code enforcement shared expense, and then 5630 code enforcement expense, which, if we bought ticket books for because we have separate ticket books than Cottage City. If we, bought him something to, use in the office for code enforcement, I guess this would kind of fit in that category. So you just need a motion to approve it because it's over $500, but you don't need a budget transfer.
What I don't understand is why, if we go to the trouble to point out in each of our departments what their training budget's going to be and account for it in that way, why would we disappear this somewhere? I mean, at the end of the year, if we want to talk about how much training we expended for, then we ought to be able to identify this. It bothers me that it's going to disappear in some just general expense category.
I agree with you, but I think this is the first time that we're doing this, so. So I'd like to put the motion forward to approve the 586, Chief Stone?
You can't do that. You have to ask one of us to do it.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, I ask one of the council members to put the motion forward to approve the $586 and something, and I'm sorry,
585.61.
585.61 for our code enforcement to get professional development at MML.
I'll make that motion stated. Councilmember Hugs.
Councilmember Mendoza, I'll second that.
Any
Thank
discussion?
you. Any discussion and discussion? I'm sorry, I'm tired. Okay, so I guess we'll take a vote. Okay, Ward 1,
Absent.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4,
Aye.
Mayor votes aye. Okay, oh, well, I mean, police department, it was the Capwin MOU and Red Speed. I don't know if there's anything that you want to add in regard. Actually, you wanted to talk to about Capwin MOU.
May postpone. I sent that. I didn't get that again until today, and I sent to Mr. Barr, but I don't know if I had an opportunity to review it. If not, we can move it till next month.
I have not had an opportunity to review it. Just got it this afternoon.
The Red Speed we have done, and they will be on display at MML. I'd encourage everyone that goes to MML to visit their booth along with everybody else. Vendors up there and get all the ins and outs of the photo enforcement, both red light and speed. That's it.
So I think that's it. I think we did all the items on the agenda. So I would like to request for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is that correct?
We do a short closed session.
Oh, yes, sorry. I'd like to request a quick closed session. If some.
For what purpose, Chief?
Personnel matter.
Personnel matter.
Before we close, can I just make one point? I want to let it be known that I'm uncomfortable with the fact that we don't have our police or treasurer's report in this meeting tonight. And it's not because I want to be a pain in the butt. It's that our police department and our treasurer should be held accountable before the council and the public as well. So that means this month their reports will not have been given and they didn't appear in the newsletter. And they used to be in both of those locations. So I just, going forward, I just want to appeal to the mayor to please consider reinstating those reports to our public meeting. Maybe when we don't have 21 agenda items. But I want the residents to be able to ask the questions and us too, because that's important information for them to know. So.
Yeah, keep in mind, I asked everyone if they were okay with not having it at this meeting. I didn't hear anything back from anybody.
I texted you.
Oh, you text?
Yeah, I texted you, but I said I understand it's probably because of the unduly length of this meeting. But going
Okay,
forward, I mean,
yeah,
like We had 16 disorderly. We had 11 loud music complaints. That's the largest number of loud music complaints I think I recall ever
I'll
seeing.
address that real quick if I can address something else too. I knew the loud music. I knew that the loud music was coming up.
Not on the agenda. You can't discuss
Okay,
it.
sorry. We can talk about it next month.
Without discussing, I'll say that the police report and the Trevor's reports, at least the police report, was submitted to the mayor and council prior to the meeting, and both were posted and are currently posted on the website.
Fully appreciate it. I think they ought to also be presented in our,
Mr. Bowles.
I think they ought to be presented in this meeting as well, and in our newsletter.
But I think, yes, so the newsletter, like, I just wanted to get this out and I didn't really know what to put in the newsletter, but I did send it to everyone for review.
You
Just
did a great
FYI.
job. And hallelujah,
Thank
after all of the begging and pleading we've been doing for however long, it was beautiful.
For years.
In fact, I didn't get one, I got 2 copies of it. Thank you for doing that.
But thank you. And yes, you're right. I'm just trying to see like how we can like speed things up so that you're too late, but yes.
I got you.
Okay, so what do we need to do to close the session or have a private session?
We go to a closed session and Mr. Baden has a form. He'll ask some questions. And from there, we ask everybody who is tuned in on this virtual meeting to leave the meeting because we are completed the agenda, and closed session is a private matter per the laws of the state of Maryland to the mayor and council. And that's the way the system works.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna move to a closed session. Everyone that joined our call, thank you so much. Thank you for your feedback. Keep in touch and we'll see you at the next meeting.
And the interpreters are free to go as well.
We need a motion from the council to close the session.
I would like to request from.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I'd like to request a motion to close the meeting or adjourn the meeting.
To
To a closed
discuss a
session.
personnel matter.
To discuss a personnel matter.
Councilmember Mendoza, I make that motion stated. Sorry, I got it all messed up.
Councilmember Hobbs seconded.
Do I have to vote on it? Okay, so Ward 1,
Absent.
Ward 2,
Aye.
Ward 3,
Aye.
Ward 4,
Aye.
Mayor votes aye.